Hello, just give it a couple of minutes for people to join, and then we shall start this stream proper live. Oh yes, it is starting. Hello boys and girls, are you sitting comfortably? Because this is the madness and chaos that is Scott's Invert. Just give me 2 seconds just to set this laptop up down here so I can see what you're saying in the comments. And then we will be getting started. So can you all see me and can you all hear me? I am your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Confirmed. Sweet as a die. So yes, this is the madness and the chaos of Scott's Inverts. Ba-boom! So what have you guys been up to? Who's in the chat? Let me know. Obviously today we're also going to invite people to come join the chat, come join the live, sorry. If you could share the lives to your personal Facebook profiles, Instagram, to your nan, to your granddad, let them all know that we're live. They want to come on. I shall send you the link so you can come on stream with me. That will be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Come say hello to everybody. Man, the invert room is certainly hot today, or should I say the invert kitchen, because we are actually in my kitchen, because this is where we keep all the inverts. Winter Watch is on. I have to watch that later. Record it. Record it. Do that.
You're not going to show me later?
Yeah, well, later. Thank you. Layla's just popped in. Got a thing, right? All the subscribers are now on. I'm calling you guys Scott's Inverts Army, or the SIA. So Layla has gone and done a badge for you. A nice little logo. That's what Layla's been creating for the last 30 seconds. So hi Happy Ant, hi Ken, I hope you're both well. Who else is in the chat? There's another 4 people watching.
Extra strong or just strong?
Strong, please. For the love of inverts, hello. Hey Dakota, how are you, my fellow friendy? Happy Ant says, great work, Layla.
Thank you.
She did it quick.
I didn't really know what else to do. It looks like it definitely had those. That was the first thing that comes.
Ken's doing well, he's fine, and asking, I'm doing really well, Ken. I am doing massively good. I am a little bit tired because work has been absolutely epic. There's normally 3 engineers, we've got an engineer down, so, and the other engineer's got to do a load of work at the depot, so I'm the only engineer out in the field, and I am well busy. Hopefully online for bonus in February, that will be flipping fantastic. Dakota's doing well. It's already 4:03 in the morning over in the Philippines where Ken is. So thank you very much for tuning in, Ken. Yeah, quickly.
Hello. Good night.
OWA Dead. Hi, mate. How are you? Spider Mom. Hey, y'all. Ben's Pets. Hi, Ben. You all right, mate? So what have you guys been doing? Here in the Midlands, we had an amber alert. Obviously, that's in the UK. It is quite a severe weather warning for severe winds and torrential downpours all across the north of the country, right down to where we are in the Midlands. We've been exceptionally lucky so far. We've only had a little bit of rain, but apparently it's going to come down absolutely horrendously, and they are advising people to park cars on high ground and move stuff from at our bottom floors. So if anybody's towards the north, I do wish you guys all the best and fingers crossed. Dakota, it's 2:05 in the afternoon over in Oklahoma. Oh, Ben's got the mature male Escalcetium. Yes, mate. Happy Ants driving a lorry through the floods. Yes, Mr. Wick, the SIA is the Scots Invert Army, which will be absolutely exploding when we get monetized. I have a lot of plans for when we get monetized. We are still something like 1,600 hours away from that at the moment, but I have some absolutely epic plans, as you can imagine. Let's have a sip of Yorkshire tea in a Cadbury cream egg mug.
No, it's not. It's mini eggs.
Mini eggs mug. Oh, she made that rubbish. Thank you, Spider Mum. So everyone watches videos. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's all about just trying to get you guys to share my content out a bit more, so I can get the hours up, so we can get monetized. And like I said, as soon as we get monetized, I have some amazing ideas, some off the Richter scale stuff's going to be happening. As you guys can see, quite often I post about the revolution, about the madness and the chaos. That'll all be happening as soon as that explodes. Got some mental ideas. Ellie's bug babies. Hi, Ellie. Are you dressed now, Ellie? I shall send you the link. And anybody else, I'm just going to whack it in the chat. So if you want to come on, just click that and we can get you on. Oh, Mr. Wick has some P. Heridia nymphs coming. And he thinks he's got a couple of females. Ooh. Woohoo. I love the P. Heridia. Oh no, I shouldn't say it. I should not say it. But as far as assassin bugs go, P. Heridia, for me, are flipping awesome. I literally want 1 million of them. I really do. I've got the red spot, got the white spot, but the Heridias, I don't know what it is. I think it might be the spikes and the size of them and how they just go boom into their prey. They're just absolutely amazing. We have done live assassin bug cameras before now, so we might have something like that again, maybe in the future. Who knows?
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Got some right energy considering. I will only here for 30 minutes, Scott, so my mother won't catch me staying awake in the midnight. Oh, Ken. Thank you, mate. But really don't get in trouble with your parents, mate. Spider's mum says, maybe next time. I've been doing housework and working on Spider Room as well. Look like a troll at the moment. Look at the state of me. I've got some dodgy tosh going, hair disappearing, and it's slicked back. Nobody cares. Mr. Wick, I just got 6 tubs of sunbeetle grub, so they're going to do a sunbeetle setup as well. Nice, very nice. Spider Mum's good, Ellie. She's asking, how are you? Thank you very much, Spider Mum. Like I said, I have been absolutely rocked off my little rocker today with work. Been absolutely flooded. Urban Exotics is in the house, the UK. Hi, Spider Mum. Hi, Scott. Hi, Elliot. Hi, Benny says. Dakota, do I have any beetles? Currently, no. The beetles that I've got, I did have, were only short-lived. The only beetles that I've got are darkling beetles and the mealworm beetles. The mealworms are, yeah, trying to set them up literally as a go at the moment. I know you can buy them really cheap. I know you can buy the mealworms dirt cheap, but I want my own little setup. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Rob. Again, while there's so many people in the chat, what I'm going to ask for you guys to do right this second is, if you have a YouTube channel, please type me so we can all subscribe to each other. Also, the best Facebook groups on the absolute planet: Invert Pets Worldwide, Reptile and Invert Coalition, and of course Tarantula Republic. Make sure you are hooked up to those groups on Facebook.
Hi, Nikki.
And of course, what's fantastic tarantulas on Facebook are currently running another competition. So make sure you also check him out for the UK. And if you've not entered my fantastic tarantula competition, nip back to a previous video. It's all there for you. Man, it is hot in here. And a lot of you might have heard about the enemy. You've obviously heard me speak about the enemy. The enemy is going to be popping on in a little while. She's dead nervous. That's paranormal. So the love of my life will be here shortly. The lady behind Scott's Inverts. The woman that kicks me up the bum when I need it.
Oh, I love
So
Tara.
what's it? This is awesome, actually.
She is.
Mr. Strong is in the house.
Oh, he is Dale. Are we going to go
Happy
back on
Ant.
about small talk again? Yeah.
Hey?
Are we going to go back over the small talk again? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Happy Ant. She is definitely the real boss. Oh yeah. Mind you, I do ask for forgiveness more times than what I ask for permission, as you lot know. That certainly was the case when we got the snake. She didn't even know about it until I got it in the car, and I was literally driving, going, "Off kind of might have picked up a snake." She's almost fallen in love with it. She kind of says, "I don't like it," but then you catch her staring at it, watching it, and all sorts. And she's also said that I could get a hognose snake for my birthday next month, but I put it to I put a thing on my community page on YouTube, and you guys have suggested that I get the £60 mystery box from the Spider Shop. So that's going to be happening at the end of this month. Yes, Ben, I tell you what, because I'm not fantastic with sexing scorpions, as you definitely know, I'll get you on a Zoom call or a Facebook Messenger call tomorrow night, and I'll see what sex you think it is. If it's male, I'll quite happily send him over to you, mate. I don't even have a chair in my spider room at the moment, says Spider. What? Okay, so I think I've said hello just about to everybody that's there and commented in the chat. So if you've not commented in the chat, hi, and thank you for joining as well. Welcome to the madness and the chaos. That is Scott's Inverts. Welcome to the army. Yes, the SIA is the Scott's Inverts army. I've just mentioned before, as soon as we get monetized, that is going to absolutely explode. We've got some massive plans, massive ideas. It's going to be absolutely mental in the forthcoming year. But what have you guys all been up to? Has anybody had any new additions? Nikki, I know you have, my lovely. I know you've had some amazing looking millipedes. And pop over to Tarantula Republic on Facebook. You'll see what Nikki's had recently. She has had some beautiful millipedes of the amazing Venomous Visions.
Is that a new cup there, Scott?
Hey?
I said, is that a new cup you're drinking out of?
No.
Oh,
We've got loads. The enemy loves mugs. We've got mugs from a couple of our favourite YouTubers. I haven't got one from Bug Rounds yet. Really need to get one from Bug Rounds. I've got a fantastic tarantulas mug. She's got yeah, she's got a few. She's got 3 so many legs. I'm waiting for Tony to produce a Venomous Visions one and a Venomous Visions t-shirt. Can you imagine that? Venomous Visions with the big centipede going around or something.
Yeah, I haven't got anybody else except yours.
Oh, thank you.
Scott's
Inverts Army sounds great. Wow. Nikki says she loves the millipedes. They're so beautiful. The chat is literally flying off, so I'm really, really sorry if I do miss anybody's comments. Dale says, what is Scott's Army? You know what Scott's Army is. Me and Dale are exceptionally close friends. I do regard him as a very, very close mate, right? So he does know a little bit more than what others do, mainly because they're asking for advice and stuff as well as. But the Scots Inverts Army is going to be something that when we get monetized, we'll be exploding that, and I'll be revealing that to you guys. But I still need something like 1,700 hours of watch time, so I really need more videos to be watched and get some hours up and all the rest of it. Hi Gary, I hope you're well, mate, as well. I'm good. I may come on in a bit. Says Spider-Man, put a pull-out chair in there if I need to. Jason is doing well. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I'll put the link up in just a minute, Rob, and then we'll go for it. Yes, the subscribers are the SIA. That is definite, but there will be the SIA Elite, which will be for. I can't wait to get monetized, and I will be telling you guys then. Like I said, we're only 1,700 hours, so we're probably about 4 or 5 months away from it, which gives me a lot of time to start planning. Oh, I love you too, Dale. Literally, I have never met Dale in person. We chat no end on Facebook, but he's such a top geezer. Especially through all the lockdown, just phone him up and like, there I am going, hi Dale, how are you, Dale? On my phone. We need someone to get a school and open every laptop, computer and open the video. We flipping do, mate. Oh, I've been working so hard to try and get subscribers to go up. We've managed to get to 1,850. Hopefully we can keep going. I don't know what's the laughy face about, Ben? Are you doing a membership thing? What's that about, Ben? But yeah, it's not quite going to be a membership as you think. You might not even have to join yet for me to produce what I'm going to produce, because let's just wait and see. I don't think there's going to be any money exchanged. I don't think you're going to have to pay for this. It's just going to be something I'm going to whack out there. But we shall wait and see, mate. Don't worry about that. I am, mate, keeping it a surprise. But for you guys on the stream, because you support me so much, because you guys are on a lot of the streams. You spend so much time on the streams with me. I like to release little bits to you guys a bit early. Do you know what I mean?
So
fantastic tarantulas, right? I'm just going to mention him again because I absolutely adore Hadley. He's running a competition. You have to do topless with his stickers over your nipples, and then just post a picture. I will definitely be doing it. Nikki's going to do it, I think. Dale, hopefully you do it as well, bad boy, because I think he's got the biggest boobs in the invert land. But yeah, it's just a massive laugh, put smiles on people's faces. I like what Hadley does like that. Do you know what I mean? It is an absolute laugh.
Oh wow.
You know what I haven't done? We've been going for 20 minutes and I haven't done the Toshi Twizzler. Toshi Twizzler. Toshi Twizzler. But yeah, the enemy's going to be joining us soon. So for this live, because we're away from Nip Slip. Oh yeah, because we're away from the normal videos, we're gonna obviously she's called Tara, so if she does pop up in the chat now, she's putting our little man to sleep. So when she comes down, just call her Tara or the enemy. It's up to you guys. So who else has had spider mail, invert mail? Who's had deliveries? Ellie, you had any?
Something, but I don't know what to get.
I know, bad at it. I'm absolutely
stinted. But at the moment, like it's so. I found Minex. That's the white one, isn't it? The Vicularia Minex. Yeah, but I'm just worried about the shipping. That's all. And I don't know that company too much. I think it's something EU. I think it's Spiderworld EU or something like that.
Spiderworld EU. I've heard good reports from Spiderworld EU. I have problems with them, but then they've sorted it out, stuff like that, just like the rest of them. So
Yeah, but with
Hey,
the weather, even if I was going to order,
hey, moon over Miami. Hey, Scott.
Hi, Scott. Reverse.
But yeah, because it's coming. Where are they? Are they in Poland?
No, they're based in the UK, but they mostly ship EU.
Oh, so if they're in the UK, then you should be all right. Just have a look at your local temperatures and temperatures where they are over the next couple.
Let's put it that way. We've got more rain than
over the next week. But hey, Scott Rivers, we are going to obviously try and get you on tonight as well, because Scott breeds some absolutely beautiful isopods. Now, I know what you're going to say. Hi, Noel. I know what you're going to say. Isopods, what? You mean woodlice? Yes, I mean woodlice. Woodlice out there. There are some absolutely mind-blowing colours. These things aren't just little grey things that chuckle around. There's clown isopods. There's dairy cow isopods, which literally look like you've got an isopod, you've got a woodlice and crossed it with a cow. They're white with black on them. They're absolutely crazy. The clowns are absolutely stunning. So if he comes on, we are going to try and get him to get some of those out to show you guys as well. Nikki loves the isopods. Mind you, when it comes to inverts, there's nothing Nikki doesn't love, to be honest. Again, I know I mentioned it before, Nikki runs Tarantula Republic, so if you've not hooked up to Tarantula Republic on Facebook, make sure you do so. Wiggle, wiggle.
Have you been on some energies?
Just the enemy's in the house. Sit up straight. I haven't been doing nothing. She looks really impressed. She's just spent about 40 minutes putting the little man to sleep. Ben also loves most inverts.
I like inverts that behave.
Right. Layla's just been drawing again. Look, Layla's creeper.
Layla is a creeper.
She is a creeper, especially around. Creeper describes Layla around my payday. Literally, suddenly she wants all sorts. Come anywhere near my payday. She wants this, she wants that, she wants the other. Noah says we have a lot of isopod species in Sweden. Rob, we shall get you on after Scott, if that's all right with you, fella. But again, seeing as we've got quite a few in the chat, if you have a YouTube channel, please type me so everybody can hook up to you and subscribe to you. So things like Ben's Pets has got one, Scott's got one. Whoever's got a YouTube channel, just type me in the comments so we can all make sure we're subscribed to you. Cigarette. Can't say that. So boom, Spider-Mom 1978 has got a YouTube channel. I want a subscriber giveaway, and I am absolutely over the moon. She did some amazing prizes. So they're coming over all the way from America as well, and they're absolutely gorgeous. Can't wait to show you guys what I want on a subscriber giveaway. Urban Exotics UK has one as well, so that's Lewis. Ken says we only have one species of isopod here in the Philippines, and it's so small. Ken, you'll have to drop me some pictures over because you're over in the Philippines. Drop some pictures over of the wildlife that you see out and about, and I'll show them on the next live stream, so we can all see literally what you've got on your front doorstep. Rob's Inverts and Exotics has said you because he's a plonk donk. So Rob Inverts and Exotics has also got a YouTube channel. Bales is in the house. That's Andrew. Hi, Andrew. So is that the only YouTubers we have tonight? We have Ellie playing with her pussy.
I do.
Do you know when I put the little monkey face up and it's like this? That's why, because my mouth just goes boom. Yes, no brain. Don't forget my Instagram, ants_SWE. So that's ants_SWE on Instagram. Please pop over to Instagram. Go say hello to Noel. Noel, remind me on Instagram, and I'll put a post up for you on my Instagram as well, mate. So hopefully some of my isopod lovers and ant lovers will follow you as well, mate. Nikki says that kitten. Nikki loves that cat. She said that last time as well, didn't she?
Yeah, that's Salem. That's the one that like doesn't stop. He has to have attention no matter what. Even if I'm on the toilet, he manages to open the door and get on my lap.
Oh.
It's actually not funny. Like, you know, when you end up with like scratches all over your legs because he just like doesn't stop.
Nikki says she's only here for your kittens.
I would say you could have them, but then I'd be lost. I'm used to being bugged now.
We've just got 3 kids that do it for us.
Oh, I got to.
Well, mind you, Noah's cool. Noah is literally the coolest baby, coolest kid on the planet because he just chills. He's a fat kid. He'll just chill, look at you, and smile. Leo is off his head. He literally just runs around all day. Literally, from the moment he opens his eyes to the moment he closes them, he's literally got a rocket in his pocket and off he's just flying absolutely everywhere. And Layla's just like, "Have some money for the shop? Have some money for the shop? Can I have some custard?" A cat with 8 legs would be cool. Rob has 2 pussies as well. Sounds like my son, hello, never stops. Hi, Ben's Reptiles. Yeah, Leo is definitely a character. He's just absolute character. I might start a stream a bit earlier so we can get him on maybe one day. Well, he's awesome. He's awesome. Like I said, he's off his head. He just literally just flies around. If you put if you put a cup of tea down, your phone down, anything down that he's not supposed to have, I don't know how he does it. He just gets to that within seconds and throws it across the room. Literally, you can just go like that, and then Leo's up, and he's like, "What?"
Ben, he's finally
Now
you want him to get his snake out.
Ben wants to see my snake. SW is an acronym for Sweden. Right, guys, if you keep looking down here, I'm literally, well, I got my laptop down there so I can read the comments. In fact, if I can, yeah, there they are. Boom, we've got some over there. It's just like, I'm getting old. The camera's further away from me, so the comments down here, I can see them a lot easier. Bez Reptile says, not that one. Not that what one? What? The snakey wakey here? That's not a snake. You will annoy him. That's Nangini. So if you want me to get Nangini out, yeah. Can't just say get the snake out. You got to say get Nangini out.
Can you two calm down?
The cat's in the background says happy. I was just watching them. I was like, what's that? That's a big spider on the wall. No, it's a cat. I've got the enemy. The missus is literally stood next to me, looking at me, and I'm thinking, what he just stood there for? And she can't get down this way to get the chair. So I apologise for the noise. Clunk, clunk, clink, 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 clunk. Let me just catch up with the chat so I can get my boa out possibly. Oh, yes, Scotty, please. Get Nangini, it will be epic. What if you can't spell Annery Cornsnake name? LOL. I know what you're on about. If you can't spell it, don't even worry about it. I'll just guess what you're saying. It's all right. I mean, you've seen the spelling mistakes I've made in some of the descriptions, yeah, on my videos. Some of the posts that I do with spelling mistakes. It's just one of those. I don't mind them at all. Scott, is it a corn snake or a garter snake? It is a corn snake. Yes, I did say it was garter snake at the start, didn't I? And then I corrected myself by saying it was an anery corn snake. That video, I was just nervous. I was really nervous about that video. But we'll get him out for a little second or two.
Really? Did you not do that before I came in the kitchen? Because now I've got to move again.
Hi, Tara.
Hi.
How are you?
1930s chat with Scott. Yes, Bales. You gotta love the hair and the tosh, mate. I've already done a toshy twist. I can't do one while I've got the snake, but the eyes are literally becoming slightly glazed. So I think he's coming up for a molt. If you have a quick look. What do you reckon, Dale?
He's cute.
Hey, Mark Spider Guy. Hi, mate.
Is it up? It's starting to turn bluish. Yeah, my day's ready for a move.
Yeah, the eyes on maybe hard to see on your phone. I'll drop you some pics over later. You see, I mean, I didn't know much about corn snakes when I picked him up, but I have some friends that know a lot about snakes, which really, really helps. Dale being one of those. But if we can see. As Nangini's gone towards my phone then. He's literally just pulled down all my notifications. But yeah, I would say, as Lewis has just said, the scales are beginning to feel a little bit rough. And the underneath of his belly does look like he's got a slight film on.
His eyes are going slightly bluish.
So if that's the case, we are going to put him back. Dale, am I correct in thinking that we spray him down now? We spray the enclosure down so it's damper for him, ready for his molt, or do we just leave him nice and dry? Scott Ellie, post your stickers out Thursday. Thank you very much. They will definitely go up. In fact, Mark Spider Guy, I shall put yours up behind me.
I've got a bit of a film all over him. His eyes are going bluish. So I'd say he's ready for a molt.
All right.
Make yourself useful and make tea.
So we're going to leave him alone now until I've spoke to Dale and a couple of other people. So then we can get some decent care for him. So right, okay, not needed really, says Scott. My mum had a corn snake in the past. I used to have a corn snake, says Happy Ant. Gary says leave it until his eyes are fully glazed and then spray him down. Dale says wait until the eyes go back clear. A lightness wouldn't hurt if you wanted to. Ken fell asleep while watching this. Again, Ken is over in the Philippines, so it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. So thank you, Ken, again for switching on, waiting up with us, and possibly getting in trouble with your parents. A bit earlier, Ken, I did say if you take some pictures of your isopod that you have over in Dale, you crack me up. If you send me pictures of what is literally in your garden, mate, over in the Philippines, the insects that you come in contact with every single day, I'll be able to get them up on the laptop on the next stream, and we'll be able to show them. I'll just leave mine as it is, said Urban Exotics, with a big bowl of water to turn up the humidity. Scott, I never realised snakes farted until yesterday. Do they? I didn't know that. Goodbye, says Ken. Everyone, thank you for the time. It's such a pleasure to be here again, Sir Scott. thank you so much, Ken. Thank you so much for staying up till 4 a.m. in the morning. It really does mean a lot to me. That does. I know you can't have tarantulas over in the Philippines by law, but like I said, if you can take some pictures of what you see out in your garden, the insects that are over there, anything like that, as long as you're not putting your hands anywhere near them, so you don't put yourself in danger of being bitten by any of them, obviously, but we can get those pictures up on a future live stream for you. Next week, yeah, a week today. I don't think I'm going to do a live stream. It depends how busy we are at work. Depends if you guys want one more than anything, because I'm on call next week. Let me just catch up with the chat. Okay, so we'll get Scott on, Scott Rivers. And Scott is an isopod master. He also has a boa, so hopefully you can get some of his isopods out for us, so you guys can see those. And get his boa out. So I sent him the link. We'll wait for him to join. Noel says it's winter and I got my macro this Christmas, so I didn't get any pics of the isopods in the garden. Oh man, got mine. That's my macro. My macro is basically just a Raynox lens. It just clips onto your normal one, so it doesn't screw. Just clips on. It's flipping awesome. Nangini is saying when he pulled the notifications, smash the subscribe button and like button. Yeah, as always, guys, if you like the stream, if you don't like the stream, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Doesn't matter which, because the thumbs up promotes the video and the thumbs down actually promotes the video too, which is cool because your haters help to promote your videos. So now, with it being winter in Sweden, when does your summertime start? Or when is it spring, I should say? Spring's before the summer. If any of you guys on Inverts Pets worldwide, did you see the picture of that moth I put up with all the fur? I was reading, and then I was watching a little bit about the fur on moths actually deter bats, softens the echo sound location, so it's a deterrent. Absolutely mind blowing. Okay, so we shall get.
Hi guys.
Hello.
You.
So we have Scott Rivers, obviously an isopod breeding king. Same as us as down with the Sweden's seasons. What's the boa then, Scott? What is it? A certain month? Sorry,
it's a locality. So this is a hog island. I'm trying to get the camera sorted here. And it is a locality of boa imperator. If you know how to change the camera around, it might be a bit easier for me. Let's have a look.
So it's not a certain morph, it's actually a locality.
No, this is a locality, yeah. Okay, I think I got it sorted now. So he is a hog island, and they are naturally lighter and more hypomelanistic, which means they have less of the dark pigment. And this guy will go through lots and lots of different colors, different hues, contrasts, and they are from a set of islands, which is why they are more unique. And the island comes into it as well because it makes it a dwarf. So this boa will get smaller than the typical boas you'll see at pet shops. But he's absolutely lovely and so calm. Try and get a nice. He's so active. It's because his light's just gone off on his Viv. He's so active, and he will be just trying to do everything really. But he weighs quite a bit now, so my arm's getting tired just holding him. Just got to hold him out because he's getting bigger. But compared to a corn snake, he's about the same size as my corn. The only difference being he's on large weaned rats now, which are about 3 times the size of a normal corn snake XL mouse. And you can see the muscle definition and just the overall body plan of a boa is so much different. and these guys will need a lot more humidity. So if you have a look in the Viv, I've got it set up by. So
is that also bioactive in there, Scott?
yeah, I've got dairy cows in here.
Thank you.
So if I can get the boa to cooperate and hold my phone a bit, if I tip this, you can see all of the wood light underneath.
Whoa,
So
they are going
the
for
main thing. And there's tons in there. They're really breeding. I'll just put the bulb back, and then we will move on to the isopods if you want.
Noel's begging to get a mustache. Yeah, mustache army.
I'll just put you guys on.
You can be able to do the Toshi Twizzler. Toshi Twizzler just for Noel. Again, Noel is ant_SWE, which is on Instagram. Check him out. I have literally the enemy, the Tara, the love of my life, is literally just putting the kettle on. So I do apologise if you can hear that bubbling away in the background. Ellie, there's something on your wall again. Who's gone? Cat.
Yeah, my cats are doing my head in. They keep climbing my curtains. That's why I have to get up to get them down.
I've grown a monkey tail, Dale, but it's on the front, not the back.
Yeah. So what would you like to see for Scott?
So obviously, Scott, I watched your video on your isopods. Now, people in the chat, I know a lot of you are going to think, what do you mean isopods? Scott, they're just woodlice. Guys, these are just next level woodlice. These are multicolored. They're absolutely stunning. I've got several species set up. I really do advise anybody keeping inverts to get some woodlice. And if you've got children, they're absolutely perfect. Oh, so yeah, obviously, I've seen your latest video on setting up isopods, Scott, and I put it onto my community on YouTube as well. So if anybody wants to pop back and watch that, please check out my community post because Scott's video is on there. He's also relatively new to YouTube, so please make sure you should also give him a subscribe, like his videos. But quite new to YouTube, ain't you, Scott? But you do know your isopods really well.
Yeah, I've got 10 colonies at the moment. It's been a recent thing during lockdown, something to really go on to and get my teeth stuck into, alongside doing my bioactive for my snakes. I've really focused on the isopods. So I'll start off with the two most common that you would naturally start with. So there'll be Porcellio laevis. I have 4 morphs, but I'll be showing 2. The first one I'll show is the fan favourite, the dairy cows. So I'll just flip the camera around and we'll get started, and I'll show you the setup.
Tony's tarantulas, big up from Birmingham. Thank you, Tony. Woodlice are an important part of the ecosystem, says Noel. They certainly are. Help to break down so much of our rubbish.
So you can see on a typical woodlice setup, you want plenty of cross ventilation. You want a wider, more open ventilation on the more dry side. On the humid side, you want a nice bit of moss, and then the leaf litter is also their food. So that'll be really critical. If you get isopods, you need leaves. You can't really have the two.
Wow.
So
that is a colony and a half. And look at them. The Porcellio labius, they're one of the first species that I got. And I absolutely adore these little fellas. They're always active as well, aren't they, Scott?
Yeah, very much so. Especially at night, you see the whole colony just going crazy. You can see there's a little bit of difference in the coloration. All of them are different. They're kind of like a fingerprint. You won't see any 2 dairy cows that look exactly the same. And you can see I've got another piece of wood here. And you've got the same. They're just exploding. They breed so fast. And there's a big, what do you call it? A big demand for them as well in both the reptile hobby and just in general isopod keeping. So it's a really great species to get stuck into, and they're so easy to start off with. The main thing with
the simple setup as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so easy. You don't need heat. You can monitor temperatures if you really want to, but if you're keeping it at room temperature and your room doesn't get below sort of 16 degrees, most species will tolerate that no problem. And going on to the giant oranges, you'll see a bit of a rookie mistake. If you're going to make big holes in plastic boxes, take your time, because otherwise you end up with cracks and you have to try and work out how you're going to fill them. So I just use some silicone. But if you can get a hole tools are absolutely a lifesaver. They will eat through the plastic like no one's business, and they give a really clean effect. So
who's got the phone on vibrate?
Sorry, what was that?
So who's got their phone on vibrate?
Oh, that's probably
maybe Mimrika or Lass and Niger. Oh, we're looking at answers in the chat at the moment.
But yeah, these are the giant oranges. So they're the same species as dairy cows, but they do obviously have a different colour. I'll try and find a decent population for you. There you go.
Wow.
So you can see they're so vibrant, so shiny. They're just incredible. You know, I think these are underrated because they're not as popular as dairy cows, but you can just see just how stunning they are. And again, the setup's exactly the same. And just for you, Scott, if you want, rather than just smashing out all of the isopods, I can show you some of the foods I feed the isopods on here as a sort of preview for the next video.
It's a frog.
I've got some leopard frogs, unknown species. Really struggling to find anybody that can identify them correctly, because they could actually be a morph as well. But they're calling to each other at the moment. So if you hear some frogs in the background, I do apologise.
Absolutely fine. I like the sound of frogs.
And the enemy is literally gone to watch them.
Is there anyone asking any questions in the chat? Because I can't actually see the chat at the moment.
Yeah, sure. If there's anybody would like to know anything about woodlice, please just drop a question down for Scott in the comments. Again, make sure you subscribe because he is an isopod master. He's doing a video soon on foods and what you can give them to eat and so forth, and obviously keeping the springtails alive in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've got tons of springtails in here. I don't know if you can see very well, but you can just see there's quite a few just kicking about, and they're all through the substrate. So they're really taking care of everything. Springtails are a brilliant addition. Now these are where things start getting a bit fancy. They're the clown isopods.
Which ones are those? What locality?
These are Montenegro clowns. They're a bit more hot because they're concave.
I've got the Solano. I haven't got the Montenegro, and there's another locality as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there's Dubrovnik as well, and Dubrovnik are typically no yellow markings. Typically, I'm sorry about the shadow, guys. I am trying to sort that out for the next video.
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Focus. The Montenegros typically have a bit of yellow spots in the middle, whereas Dubrovnik will not, and they will have a white skirt just on the extremities. Then you've got the Slanos, which you have got, and they are purely just black, red, and white spots with no white skirt typically. But I don't have a huge number of these. I'm hoping I do have some Mankai, so they are breeding. I'm hoping that the numbers will come up as we go.
Creepy and Crawley has some Montenegro, awesome little guys. Hi, Creepy and Crawley. Scott, we've got a question from Tony's Tarantulas asking how long would it take for an isopod colony to grow large? So I'm guessing, like, go from sort of 10, 15 up to 100.
Puscinera laevis can probably do that in 2 months. Armadillidium species like my Plugi and my Parakai, they will take a little bit longer. At the moment, I'm trying to find if I can see my millipede without getting too much into the substrate. This isn't a guarantee though. The main thing with isopods is to just leave them be when you first get them. And the longer you leave them, the more chance you've got of them breeding quicker. So it's counterintuitive because you want to check on them all the time and make sure that they're happy. But if you do that, then you stress them out and they don't breed. So the hardest thing for an isopod keeper is to get a really cool new morph or a new species and then have to put it in a tub and not talk to it for a week, 2 weeks at minimum just to get it settled in. You know, same as when you get a snake. You want to leave a snake for a week, 2 weeks and not worry about giving it its first meal because snakes will last 3-4 months without eating food. And so you always, when you get an animal, you need to think about letting it settle in and getting it accustomed to your house. And I think that's the key thing. That's the key thing to success. Set up the enclosure right so you've got all of your parameters correct, and then give it time. While I've got the millipede, I was hoping that it would be up because normally it is sort of out and about at night. This is my bumblebee millipede setup. You will see that there are some fungus gnats. They're a bit of a pest when it comes to invert keeping. I'm sure you've sort of experienced some fungus gnats in your time.
To be fair, I don't worry about them anymore. I used to panic and I used to think, what are these things flying around my enclosures? They're going to kill my spiders, they're going to kill everything. But they don't, do they?
No.
And if you do see them, just chuck in extra isopods and eventually they disappear anyway.
Yeah. So what you can see here is you can see the springtails and the millipede substrate. Now with millipedes, bit of an added bonus, you need to make sure that the substrate is moist. They will dehydrate quicker than isopods and they do need a setup with a higher humidity and good ventilation. You also need to give them plenty of leaf litter like you would with isopods, but the main thing with millipedes is getting that substrate right. So you can get a premix that has a lot of biodegradables and organic matter, and the way that it was explained to me is substrate to a millipede equals life. If you don't give it good substrate, it will not have good life. And
yeah,
it's really
100%,
important to do this.
100%.
So at the moment, I have 4 species of millipedes that I'm just getting to grips with. They're all subadults and babies at the moment. And
I think the key to, I think one of the keys to a millipede substrate, a beetle substrate, isopod substrate, and even the wood lice is hard wood. This has to be either fermented or broken down via fungus. So when you look for a millipede substrate, it can be rather expensive if it's got the hardwood in there, but you want that hardwood in there. There is a fermentation process, which you get your hardwood pellets, you put a tiny amount of water in until they go back to a powder, and then you put just a little bit more water in, and then I think it is 1 part hardwood to 1 part flour with a tiny bit of yeast, and you mix it every other day for 3 months, and then it's ready for your millipedes. But there is some epic videos on YouTube which I suggest you look at instead of just taking my advice for millipede substrate.
I'll definitely take a look at that because I'm very new to millipedes. Don't know as much as I'd like to at the moment. So that's really great. One place I would say to have a look at for anyone in the UK that's looking for bioactive supplies, that's looking for these substrates with the premixes, give Nick Richards a look on Facebook. He runs a small business called Shropshire Exotics, and I believe his customer service is second to none. If you look on my YouTube, I have an unboxing video from him, and you'll see he uses a polybox to make sure that everything gets there safe. If you're doing live food especially, he puts heat packs in, the whole shebang, and for very, very reasonable prices. I think he's absolutely brilliant, and based in Shropshire, you get some really high quality biodegradables that are collected from the woods and from the natural environment.
Okay, so your friend that sells all that, etc. if he inboxes me and offers us a small discount for a certain code, I will be happy to smash that all over the channel, all over the 2 Facebook groups, and of course also over Nicky's group as well for him if he would like to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the moment he's using Wix for his website. I did ask about codes. It's something he's looking into, but being new to Wix, he doesn't really know how to fulfill it. But I'm sure we can work something out on Facebook. So if people contact him through Facebook, I'm sure he can do. And quite often he will put in.
But as soon as he gets that code out, I will order something. I'll do a video, make sure everything's tip top before we obviously go forth and say he's absolutely excellent. Because I do like to try people out, not just go, he's good, and then people say, have you ever used him? And me say, well, I haven't personally. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, if you can do something like that, then we'll be happy to accommodate getting him all over the 3 Facebook groups: Invert Pets Worldwide, Reptiles and Inverts Coalition, and Tarantula Republic.
Yeah, sounds brilliant. I do apologise.
Have you got? Right, forgive me because I am a bit forgetful. Must be the age or the Yorkshire tea affecting the brain. I think it's the tosh actually. What is the largest woodlice, and have you got it?
I do have them actually. In fact, I'll show them next. I'll put these ones away. These are just the natives. So these are Oacelis, and they are quite beautiful for what they are. Just native UK woodlice. You know,
are they the ones with the yellow markings down them?
Yeah. Well, quite a lot will have high yellow. But they are stunning.
I've seen them. I've seen them out, but I've only ever seen them twice, so I've not actually took any just yet. I did take some of the greys, the UK greys, which is the European one, if I remember right. I started off with about 30 last summer. I've now got about 2,000. Gary Bale, I also know a guy breeds chameleons as well as dart frogs and red-eye tree frogs, 8F, if anyone is interested. Gary, drop me a message, please. Red-eye tree frog is definitely a creature I'd love to get in the forthcoming months. Oh, Happy Answer, have you got any rubber duckies?
I don't. I'm not quite at that stage yet. They are very expensive. So unfortunately, I don't have the money to do that.
There's also waiting lists involved with rubber duckies as well, isn't there?
There can be, yeah. Yeah. Some places will do waiting lists. Other places will be shipping in very small numbers. And the one thing you have to be careful with rubber duckies is they do cost a lot, and people will be tempted to get a smaller number. The one issue with that is the smaller you get, the less chance you've got of successful breeding.
Got ya.
I'll just look around. I hope I'm doing okay for you, Scott. Hope it's not too.
Don't worry, mate. Just relax. It's all good. It's coming across perfect on the camera. Just relax.
Great.
I think you'll gain some subscribers after this, my fella.
Good. I really hope so as well. These are my Hoffman Segai. So this is the largest one of the lot. And this is still a sub-adult.
They are the boys.
Next to my thumb. See just how big it is. And I promise you, I've got big hands. You know what they say about people with big hands? They keep big eye supplies.
Don't even go there. Ellie will be chasing you down the road.
Leave her alone. It's not that bad.
But you can see you've got texture on these. They're not just grey and white. They do have a texture. I'm not sure how well it's coming across, but you can see they've got like bumps on them. And they are absolutely huge. Their antennas are just incredible. Yeah, I've got 5 of these, so it's very hard to sort of get them started when you've only got so little. But they were a bit of a surprise from a friend.
So Noel says, I think we've got woodline at the size. What's their country of origin, Scott?
They are Spanish. So the Hoffman Segai and the Sevillas I keep are both from regions of Spain. And Spain is really where the large isopods and the larger species come from. And you'll notice the main thing that I said about in my video, when you're keeping the Spanish species, the larger species, on most of my setups, vents are here and vents are here. On this setup, I've got vents over here and then the other vents here. And what that does is it gives you a flow from here through the setup. And
Yep.
yeah, so when you get that flow, it really helps the isopods thrive because they need a lower humidity.
I'm looking forward to this video you're going to be doing on isopod food. Rob's just asked, what's the difference between isopods and pill bugs?
There is no difference. There are two types of pill bugs though. The two types of pill bugs are pill wood lice, which are isopods, and they would be mainly Armadillidium species. And then the other type are pill millipedes, and they are really cool. They're tiny like isopods, but they are true millipedes. They have, I believe, still the 2 legs per segment. So they've got a lot more legs than isopods, but they're a similar looking creature. Here's a little sneak peek. I'm sorry, I'm going a bit sideways. I am trying to sort of, but you can see I've got all sorts of foods and different things I'm using. You know, bee pollen is a good one. Bee pollen is great for isopods and other like vegetarians.
Jay, your bee pollen. Does it matter if it's the bee pollen or if it's the manufactured fake stuff?
Good question. One I can't answer, but I can look it up for you. And the main thing that you need to think about is anything you buy, if you're not buying it specifically for an invert, sharing my address. If you're not sharing it with an invert and buying it from an invert place, you need to make sure it's at least organic. Because if it's not organic, then there could be chemicals, fertilizers, and you could really mess up your ecosystem. Kind of like what you found with the water supply in your bioactive setup. It's those additional things that get added.
That really annoyed me because I've kept fish as well in the past and I've treated all the water. And I know Coventry water is pretty poor. And that one time I used the same spray bottle probably for about a week, 2 weeks, and it just killed off the whole lot. There's still some Porcellio labius dairy cow in there. They're bleeding, right? But the actual isopods, the springtails, then it killed those off and it killed the flowers off. I'm still really mad at myself about it, but it's a learning curve, and I'd rather sort of get it out there and say I made a stupid mistake. What can I do?
Yeah, that's 100% true. You've got to learn from your mistakes to get better, and you can't get better if you don't make mistakes. And that's one thing that I live by. If you're going through life and you're not learning and you just keep on making mistakes, you won't get to where you need to go. You know, and next time you set up with plants and that, you won't make the same mistake. One thing I will say is AquaSafe, I believe, would be perfectly okay because it's for fish. I do know that the one I use is 100% okay for any reptiles, amphibians, and that is ReptiSafe. It comes in a little blue bottle and it's really concentrated stuff. You only need like a squirt for a big 2.5 litre sprayer, and for a smaller one you would only need sort of 2 drops or even less sometimes.
I mean, we have the AquaSafe. I think we've got. I'm just trying to see the side of it. But without the fish tanks, it was always Prime. I mean, Prime. It's literally a tiny little drop, and it was like boom, the whole tank was done. I do know people that use Prime. I would not do this myself. Right, I would never do this. So I'm not advising that anybody else does this. They use prime to treat the water, then they add the salt, and then they add it to the marine tanks. What I'd advise is always use RO or buy it from the aquarium. But that is the stuff that I'm using currently.
Yep, we use that for our fish tank.
I use that in any of the water that's going around, any of the frogs, plants, all the spiders, the drinking water, the works, they all get that, and everything seems to be doing pretty well. The bumper class at the moment is looking at me like I'm talking out my bum at the moment. He does.
No comment.
If I can get him or her. There he is. Look.
Awesome.
That's my Bumbacar cabocla. Looking for a male if anybody's got a mature male.
So, is there anything else that people would like to see? I can try and get some good photos, some good video of my sun beetles before I head off.
Jim's Wee Beastie says what you're treating the water for. Bioactive enclosures, mate, and for the spiders, because Coventry water, water is different all over the country, all over the world. But in Coventry, it is particularly poor. So I like to treat my water before using it for the inverts. So all the stuff that makes it good for us makes it very nasty and harmful for those. So standard water. Yeah, the sun beetles would be good. Yeah, let's see the sun beetle. Everybody wants to see the sun beetle, Scott. Scott, Ellie, I'm going to go for a quick cigarette while you guys are checking out the sun beetles.
Yeah, that sounds great. I made these clips custom. So basically, this whole thing used to be a fish tank. So I put in the holes in the side. This is acrylic. And then I made this top custom for the beetles. And to hold the top down and make it more secure, I made these little clips. I just bent them out a bit. So really, really useful. It keeps it really secure. No escapees coming out of here. And you have a look. Try and take them inside a bit. You can see these are absolutely stunning beetles, and they are brilliant to see during the day. They will sort of run around and do what they have to do with each other. And the one thing that they will do, other than being clumsy, is they will musk. So if you keep them, you'll know what I mean. But it smells a bit like rotten fruit and rotten wood kind of mixed together. It's not the worst, but it is quite strong. You can see that the colours are just great. It's kind of like a burnt brown, a nice sunny yellow, and then a darker top. And their main thing is to sort of play dead at first, and then they start moving around. But they're really cute. You can buy these from pet shops as live food. So they come as grubs normally, and then you will let them grow and sort of they pupate through a few stages of larvae, and then they will go into their mud cocoon called Uthka, and you'll be left with the beetles in a few months. I believe the timeline is quite variable. So what was that, Alan?
I is back. I am nicotined up.
I randomly poked my head into the camera and waved.
Sun beetle, colony of sun beetles is something that I'd like to settle pretty soon. Definitely.
Hi, Robbie.
Robbie's talking teas. Hi, man. You okay?
No, and try to climb up the glass. It's like, please let me escape.
Oh,
Robbie's talking teas is another channel that you guys really need to subscribe to. Absolute amazing videos, amazing editing as well, brilliant. And 1,000 subscriber giveaway he's doing is absolutely awesome. All good in the hood. Invert Laws is
That's
also in the house. Just be shooting the shit out of a few zombies on COD. So yeah, we have gone past the watershed. On Scott's Inverts, 9 PM is the watershed. So if you've got any children, there's going to be some swearing now. We will be dropping out a lot of swear words more than likely. So what else do you keep apart from the beetles and the isopods there, Scott?
So my main thing at the moment is the inverts that you've seen. I've got 4 species of millipedes, like I said. I've got the beetles, 10 species of isopods. As a family, we do have dogs. We've got 3 dogs: a lab, a collie, and a lab cross collie. Absolutely brilliant.
I see now. I grew up with Labradors, and Labradors I do absolutely love. We have got the absolute nightmare, which is Bella. She's a dog de Bordeaux cross Mastiff. But yeah, I love the dogs, man. They make a home, don't they?
Scott?
Yeah.
What?
Pardon?
Hey?
I said, how come you never put her on the camera though?
She has been on the camera. It's difficult because here there's not much room, and like I said, she's a big dog. So next time I'll get her out. But she literally, when she stands up, her head's here.
She's as tall as me.
If you guys want to see my dogs, I've got no problem trying to dig up some photos and put them on my Facebook page for my YouTube channel. It's got the same name, so it's easy to find. And if you go on my YouTube videos, you'll get a link to that and a link to my Instagram if you want to follow both of those. I'll put bits of extra footage and shorts.
I had a collie cross Labrador when I was growing up. She was a big white fluffy.
Collie cross Labs are the best.
I'm just going on my Facebook now. What's it called? Scott's
Animal Adventures.
Oh, let me just double check, see if I got you actually.
Yeah, I think I am, but I'm going to double check.
So you can see my corn snake tank here, Scott. So it's another bio. I've got 3 snakes and they're all bio.
Great.
And I believe he's just at the back. Probably can't see him very well.
Yep,
that's the one. And then across from the corn snake, I have the hognose. And the hognose is renowned for making its water bowl messy the second I clean it. So I need to get back on that. But I have isopods in all 3.
See Tara here, there she is. The beautiful lady that she is has told me that I can get a hognose, or get another snake at some point this year. So, Peter, hi Alex, is Animal World. Hi mate. Invert Law says, question you might know the answer to: how long after assassin bugs mature do they start to breed and lay eggs? Do you know what? I don't personally know the answer to that. Because I've always had adults and then I've always had juveniles turning into adults, so I've always tended to. I don't know. I'm gonna guess and say literally as soon as they're hardened up, but I really don't know. I have 2 uncles called Rob. I'll get them on here. Laugh my ass off. Rob's Inverts Exotics. Hi Mark. Hognose Scott. Yeah. They breed the minute everything works, says Robbie. Yeah, they don't take long according to the comments, my friend. Literally after they mature.
Yeah. And assassin buds are just absolutely stunning creatures. I really, if it wasn't for the venom and that side of it, and the way that my parents are quite kind of a bit, it can bite you and it will hurt, so you can't have it. But if that wasn't the case, I'd definitely be interested in a little colony. My friend's just got some, so hopefully when we come out of lockdown, I'll be able to pop over and have a look. But he got the spiky ones, the red and black spiky ones. Can't remember the name of them.
Scott, will you add me on Facebook after this? I'll send you that info over for that fella with frog. Definitely, Gary. I will do that. Yeah, Jim's wee beasties heard and seen his buzzing and scratching the wings today. Pretty cool. Gary, I shall do that right now, actually. Let's have a look.
So, Ellie, have you been doing much in terms of your inverts today?
I hope I've got the right one.
Fed the dragon?
Yeah.
Gary, I've just sent you a friend request via Facebook. I'm hoping that's the right one. If you wouldn't mind just checking. So these tarantulas, I was hesitant with my P. regalis, and I realised it's down to putting yourself in harm's way. Yeah. I mean, the only real times you got to worry is when you're rehousing and when you're feeding. That's it. The rest of the time, the tarantula's in an enclosed. It's in a box. It's not going to get out. If you secured that box, it's not going to get out. So, you know, they're pretty easy, pretty chilled inverts, I think.
Oh, Scott, just
30 for now from the group I sent him. Brilliant. See you later, Moon over Miami. Thank you, mate. Thank you so much for popping in. Really appreciate your time, fella. Even the UK species give a very painful bite. Yeah, Andrew or Bales is very up on his native insects. Very clever man. So it would be quite interesting. I think over the next couple of days we'll have a look at getting a picture of the UK ones up on Invert Pets Worldwide. Scott, you should get a crested gecko in the future. They're an amazing. They are stunning, aren't they, dude? But I'm not made of money. I've got to get things slowly. I've got my birthday is coming up in February the 6th, so I put a post up on YouTube. You guys wanted to get another mystery box from the Spider Shop, so that's what we're doing. The enemy has said yes to the hognose, so that's going to be happening in the next couple of months as well. I really want to get the red-eyed tree frogs, but we'll just have to see how work is and bonuses and stuff like that. It's just one of them because I've got a family to look after as well. Rob, my mate got bit by them, said it proper knackered and his arm went dead and he wouldn't move his fingers properly for a few hours. I heard it was very similar to a bee sting, an assassin bug bite. Yeah, and like you can have a grenade in the box as long as you don't act like a wally, you're fine. Exactly, Tony, exactly. Just added your mate and sent you the info. Thank you so much, Gary. Really appreciate that, my fella. Noel says Mumbrica rumbra is the European fire ant. Yeah, it is. Yeah, we've got several colonies over here now as well in the UK. They're not massively widespread, but we do find them mainly in the fields. Again, Bales will probably know more on that species in the UK than what I do, to be fair. Just going back through the comments again, that's why I keep looking down here. Again, anybody that's joined the live recently, welcome to the madness and the chaos that is Scott's Inverts, and welcome to the Scott's Inverts army. Invert Lord says he was cleaning the enclosure out and it jumped out onto his finger, got him. Phoned me not long after asking if I wanted them and the enclosure. I hope you snapped them up pretty quickly, my friend. Nice, we got 3 colonies in his garden, has Noel. Assassin bugs would rather run away in my experience. Yes, yeah, that's what I've kind of found as well, Creepy Corley. Urban Exotics UK, Lewis would like to know if you sell your excess isopods off.
Is that to me, sorry?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry, I should have said Scott.
That's right. Yes, the main thing that I'm breeding isopods for is to sell. So they are a great pet if you want to get into breeding animals, but something like a snake or maybe you want to get into tarantulas, but you're not quite ready for an egg sac and to split them all off. Isopods make a great starter because what you will do is basically put them in there. They'll do their thing. They'll get jiggy with it if you like, and then when you start getting your babies and they start getting to sort of halfway between an adult and a juvenile, they got their colours, they look like mini adults, then you can start looking at how many you've got, if you've got 300-400, say, it's a really good time to start doing small numbers of sales. And depending on your isopods, depends on what you'll get for them. So my P. Lavis, they will sell 10 for $4.99 plus postage, and then the Hoffman Segai are my most expensive that I've got at the moment, and they will sell for £30 plus postage for 10 individuals.
Okay, so we've got quite a few people in the chat looking to buy some from you. Anybody in the chat, if you're looking at isopods, give Scott's Animal Adventures an inbox, ask him what he's got via his Facebook page, because this guy knows his stuff when it comes to isopods, and I really want him to be able to get the money to be able to get himself some rubber duckies in the future. So please, pop over, drop him a message. Okay, so that's where I got my original ones from. Scott got 17 adults. This is Peter Law's Invert Laws. He is referring obviously to the assassin books that he's got, which we previously mentioned. Jim's Weeds Beasties, when you get in the hognose, Scott, my first reptic is in isolation in his local reptile shop. Picking it up in a few weeks. Oh, I bet you're buzzing, mate. The hognose will probably come in a couple of months, my friend. I have a couple of other things that I've got to try and purchase in the meantime. We've got the mystery box coming for my birthday, February time. The corn snake Nangini back here has got the red heat bulb, which I'm going to be swapping out for a ceramic. There's also some lighting going in there, some other bits and bobs that I need to do. I know a lot of people don't put a UV light in with these guys. I have been advised from some experienced keepers to do that, because a UV of 7% is not essential, but it certainly does help these guys out a lot. And because this guy is now 10 years old, I want to try and give him the best I can to make sure he has a nice, long, healthy life. Don't ask me about the UV stuff. I don't understand it all yet. I am still researching, still reading up about it. But the guys that have advising me, I'm going to do exactly what they say, and then we'll ask them. Okay, Scott's the man for isopods. Yeah, Scott's Animal Adventures, not myself, obviously. Invert Law says, I started keeping one side of the substrate damp now, as I heard they prefer to lay in the. With the assassin bugs, the cork bark being damp enough for them to molt. Yeah, that is actually true. But you do want to keep the substrate nice and moist if you want eggs. I find they do that a lot easier. Some people do keep them on sand because they find that it's easier to get the eggs out of the sand. All mine are on Koya, so I just wait for the nymphs to come out and then take them out if I want to. Okay, so I've just picked up for Mictopus Azure Blue, super rare, nice, Robbie. How's the LP going, mate? Obviously, Robbie won one of my giveaways, which was an LP and the enclosure. I've hit 106 followers on Instagram. Oh my God, says Noel again. So Noel is ants_SWE. The SWE obviously stands for Sweden. That's where Noel is. So if you've not following Noel on Instagram, go give him a like on Instagram. Sorry about that, Robbie, says Ellie. But yeah, Scott is a man for isopods. So again, if you please check his YouTube channel out. Please make sure you subscribe to him. His latest video educated myself a lot on the isopods. I was really surprised. I'm really looking forward to obviously you doing the food one, Scott. So I think your channel is going to explode in the future.
I really hope so.
I do, my friend. I would even suggest that you start something like a GoFundMe up, so maybe we can get you the rubber duckies a bit quicker, because you do know what you're talking about. You do seem absolutely enthusiastic, and you do seem like, it'd be really nice to see you get some more isopods a bit quicker, a lot sooner than what you're thinking. So if you do set something like that up, let myself know. I shall certainly donate, and I will also promote it wherever I can for you as well, fella. Jim's Wee Beast has said, isopod question for you again, Scott. Why are the rubber duckies so expensive?
So as I mentioned in my previous video, the most recent one on my channel, the main reason for isopod costs in terms of the more expensive ones are normally where they are sourced from, the number that has come from the wild originally, and the supply chain into other areas of the world. So a lot of it comes to how many are available, how many people are working with them, and then what they want to charge you. So a lot of the reason that these borrow species, so your rubber duckies, panda kings, mango sticky rice, all of those, they come from Asia. So you've got to deal with all of the different borders and all of the different transportation to even get them into Europe before they even come into the UK. So a lot of the cost actually comes from the supply chain originally, and then it's whatever the seller wants to put them up as. And obviously everyone wants to make money. So £100 for an isopod is crazy. You know, one wood lice for £100, but it's what's come before it and what they paid. And it's always about that profit margin and to get them in. And the longer they're in, the more chance you've got of them dropping down in price. So dairy cows, I can remember dairy cows being 15 quid for 10, you know, and
Yeah, yeah.
you know,
Literally a year ago. But with the rubber duckies, as Jim's just said, as they are harder to breed in captivity, that's what I've heard. I've heard with rubber duckies, you literally set them up and you leave them. You don't open them up, you don't touch them, you just let them do their thing. And then in a couple of months down the line, you then check on them, see if they've got babies.
Yeah, they need limestone as well. The main thing with Cubaris and Asian species, they need limestone because they will have that in their natural cave systems that they are from. And that's a really key thing in their diet. Like with normal isopods and rotting wood, these need the limestone as an additional supplementation. And the main thing with the rubber duckies is they burrow a lot. So you'll put them in, you won't really see them for a while. And they produce in very small numbers. Where a Porcellio laevis may lay, and this is only just ballparking, I don't actually know the figures, but if a laevis lays 40 eggs, a Cubaris rubber ducky may only lay 10 to 15. So it's a lot smaller and a lot slower process.
This is why I think you should, Sunshine, should start a GoFundMe up so we can hopefully get you some of the rubber duckies, because your knowledge is absolutely intense.
Yeah, I mean, lockdown's really helped me. I've been signed off for quite a while, so I've had lots of time to research. So before I even kept isopods, I was daily, just hours and hours, just looking at different people's videos, different species, mainly for the bioactive to start off with, and then I got into isopods as their own hobby. So a lot of my knowledge is from reptiles that then translated and has spiraled into isopods, and it's really helped me in the bigger picture of your care. It's always good to look into, if you're keeping things bioactive, look at what the elements of the bioactive are and research them as well, and then you'll understand how the ecosystem works. And that's purely and simply how I've got the knowledge of it. So the one thing I will say is, even
I think
in
go on, sorry, Scott, I interrupted you, my friend, sorry.
no worries. Even when it comes to buying a new species of invert, like a new tarantula and that, a lot of people will buy a tarantula, they will look up the basic care in that. But if you really want to get into stuff, and a lot of people are going bioactive, I will say to look at their natural environment and try and recreate that, and that will be the best you can do.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to look where the actual species of spider or invert actually live in the world, in the wild, because it could be a savanna, it could be a tropical rainforest, it could be a brick wall down in Cornwall. But then it's always good to try and recreate that scenario for them as well. And I am a massive fan of natural looking enclosures. I am impressed when people paint theirs up and make them look absolutely amazing, as long as they've got like natural stuff in there as well. Do you know what I mean? But I am a massive fan of naturalistic looking enclosures. I think that's why the frogs draw me in so much. Do you know what I mean? And the toads, because they wouldn't look right, really, would they? With a lot of fake stuff, they look better in naturalistic environments. So.
And if you're getting into that, you definitely need to be on top of your water treatment, because amphibians will take in a lot of minerals and nutrients through their skin. So you'll kill
Yeah.
a toad or kill a frog very quickly if you don't get that right. Especially with your plants. Plants will secrete toxins that will affect your animals. So you've always got to look at what's safe. You can't just get a plant from the garden centre and chuck it in. You know, some people will do that and they'll quickly run into problems.
Let me just say Noel Breen, again, ants_SWE over on Instagram. They need to go to bed, so they're going to say bye and go to bed. If you have Discord, I'll join it. I don't, mate. I don't have Discord. But thank you so much for your time today, Noel. Thank you for being with us for an hour and a half. Really, really do appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you so much, and we'll see you on the next live, my friend.
Bye, Noel. Take care.
Yeah, going back to the toads and the frogs. I mean, we've got a couple of toads. We've got the cane toad. Ellie's got a manusive cane toad. We've got the southern toad, firebelly toads, northern frogs, burrowing frogs, and a firebelly salamander. Thank God I didn't put the untreated water in with any of those guys, because if I killed the salamander off, then she would cut my balls off in my sleep, because she absolutely adores that little fella. And again, another important note with amphibians as well is always keep your hands wet. Don't use tap water to wet your hands. Use the treated water to wet your hands if you've got to disturb them. I don't very often. I won't get them out very often. I do try and leave them alone because, again, you know, the oils on your skins, even if you wet your hands, can damage them. The only ones that I do go looking for is the 2 burrowing frogs, but that's just to make them make sure that they are still alive. But they're ever so cool because half the time they're dead flat and they're like this. They're like, literally. Mark says, Tara, you look fed up. She's concentrating on her phone.
I'm tired.
And she's tired because the kids have literally just run her ragged today. Literally, I've been at work and she's been phoning me up, and you could hear our middle child in the background going absolutely nuts. And I'm going, oh, babe, I'm so glad I'm not a stay-at-home parent. Yeah. But the time off that I had in lockdown certainly made me realise how much work that Tara has to actually do at home. Yeah, open my eyes just a little bit.
And I was up all night with her TV. And
weekends and that. And she also, if the kids get up in the night as well, she'll do all that. So our youngest was up a lot in the night last night, teething. So she was getting up and down. She left me to sleep. I know you guys are going to be thinking, yeah, but Scott, you should be doing your bit through the night. I'll try my hardest at weekends. I know you're nodding, Ellie, right? But bear with me. I'm a mobile engineer, so that means I have to get up at 7 o'clock, get home around 4:30, 5:30, 6, 7 o'clock if there's a late job, and I'm driving a 3.5 ton in weight of van. If I feel sleepy or fall asleep at the wheel, I am not going to crash. I'm going to be dead. It's pretty much as simple as that. Do you know what I mean? So she just lets me get my sleep through the night, so I'm all right for work, basically. But I do absolutely appreciate this woman. Do you know what I mean? She's literally the best thing that's ever happened to me, ain't you? Yeah, she knows it. She's nodding away. But yeah, do I feel guilty because, like I said, because Tara gets up with the kids in the night? Yes, I do. But like I said, driving a 3.5 ton van around with all the equipment in the back, if I crash, it's pretty much game over. The little boy's teething at the moment. I feel the pain, says Stefan. I think women have it harder than any man, says Mark the Spider Guy. They certainly do, don't they, mate? They do not get. I mean, this is going to sound like I'm being a bit biased towards men. I really apologise. I'm really not. But yeah, women do not get enough appreciation for exactly what they do when they're carrying a child, giving birth, and if they're staying at home and looking after it. But to be fair, whatever parent is looking after the child, they do not ever get enough appreciation, do they? But Tara will literally, you know, she's at work from the moment she opens her eyes to the moment she closes them. So that's literally from 7 in the morning until midnight. And that's if none of them get up through the night, you know what I mean? She'll have the 7 hours. 9 times out of 10 she don't like. But what can we do? So Ellie. We've been talking about amphibians, and we want to see your cane toad.
You want me to get my thing?
Yeah.
I have to dig it out. It buried itself.
Oh, is it not sitting on top of the enclosure so you can get your camera and just go?
No, it doesn't. It just always buries itself until I put the mice in there, and then it comes out when everybody's gone and the cats ain't being wild.
I mean, at
Urban
least you've got a
excitement for everybody. See you later, Lewis. Thank you for popping in, mate. Appreciate your time, fella.
Sorry, I just said at least you've got a decent depth of substrate, because
Oh yeah,
a lot of people think the toe. Yeah,
this much.
That's
a lot
right.
of people think the toe.
All frogs
like
and all toads need kind of at least 5 inches of substrate to be able to bury themselves. They don't dig down too far, but they do need enough substrate to be able to cover themselves. That is very, very important. Burrowing frogs, mine personally are always just underneath the substrate, or they're buried down to their head, but their head's underneath some of the leaf litter. But it is important with depths of substrate for your frogs and for your toads. But then that's the same for your spiders. Fossorial spiders need to be on at least 4 inches of substrate so they can make a shallow burrow if they want to. If I can, I will give them more just to give them the opportunity of going down deeper. And fossorial, most of my fossorial are on at least 12 inches of substrate.
Oh, that's so throat.
In fact, my Kraken, the big girl, she's on 18 inches and she has gone. So the big tarantula room enclosures. She's in one of those and she's literally burrowed all the way down to the bottom. She does spend quite a lot of time on top of it, but her burrow actually goes all the way down and then all the way around and then back up the other side. So it just shows you that, you know, when given the opportunity, the fossorials will burrow quite deep.
That's another thing that's important with isopods. Depth of substrate. Although many of the Porcellio species will not burrow as such, the babies will. And especially with the armadillidiums that ball up and the cubaris, they need the depth of substrate to be about 4 inches or more. The more the better, because the babies will develop mainly subterranean. And when you do that, you need to put biodegradables through the substrate too.
You see, the thing with the isopods, I was advised to put just a small amount of sand in with the substrate to help them molt. So my Porcellus dairy cows have got a little bit of sand in there to help with the molting process. Do you do the same as well? Not loads of sand, just little bits of grain here and there, like.
I use Westland's New Horizon. It's an organic compost, and I use the all plant version of it, and I find that that's really good. And it does have that more sandy. I believe it's got some sand in it. So I use that as a kind of all-in-one, and then add leaf litter and rotting white wood shavings into the substrate to really just kind of complete it.
Okay.
And then for my millipedes, I use specific millipede substrate, but do the same with the leaves and the wood. But adding sand is never a bad thing. And even with other bioactives, it just allows animals that burrow to hold a structure better. And it also allows for, like you say, it's a bit of an abrasive, so it helps with getting off shed and helping with molting processes.
Alex's Animal World's off. See you later, Alex. Thank you very much. Oh my God. Sir Peter Webster is in the house. Very honoured to have you here, sir. If none of you guys are subscribed up to Peter Webster, please do so. The guy is an absolute inspiration. And Peter Webster, along with Sam from Bug Rhymes and Adam the Invertebrarian, were the reasons that I moved from spiders into looking at other inverts, getting interested in centipedes. And in real life, Peter is an absolute diamond. Creeper Crawley says Sir Peter is a national treasure. He certainly is, my friend.
I'm really sorry, Scott, but I'm have to head off now.
Yeah. Go and tell Layla.
I think she would. Layla, come and say hello to Peter.
Scott's got to ditch us now.
Yeah.
I've got starstruck because Peter's in the house. I'm gobsmacked. Been watching Peter literally for what, 2 years? Yeah. Peter Webster's in the house. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Layla.
Right, I will
Scott's
see
going
you
in.
guys.
I'm in.
See you later, Scott. Have a good one.
See you later, Scott. Thank you so much for showing us your amazing collection.
Oh, they're having
Oh no, thank you for letting me on. Thank you.
And again, let me just say, if there's anybody in the chat that's not subscribed to Scott's Animal Adventures, please do so. His previous video on him keeping the isopods, different types of wood lice, is absolutely amazing. I learned a lot myself, and really looking forward to your next one, Scott, on the isopod foods.
All right, thank you. Right, see you later.
See you later. Tara in the house.
Hi, Tara.
Hey. So I'm gonna drop the link down in the description. Reggie Chittock, hi fella, you okay? I'm gonna drop the description down in the comments. I'm gonna drop the link. Peter says hello. I'm gonna drop the link down in the description for anybody that wants to come and drop into the stream. Bearing in mind you're gonna get hassled to get your animals out. Boom. So if you are coming on the stream, you're gonna have to get them animals out. And again, anybody that's not subscribed to Peter Webster, make sure you are. The guy is an absolute legend. We don't call him Sir Peter for nothing. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, my throat's killing.
Hello.
It's very quiet tonight, isn't she? It's my fault.
It's just
Hello.
jumping in. Wait for
So
them
we
to
have
finish.
a guest coming in, and I think, yeah, it's Rob.
Robert.
Rob has literally been waiting to get on, haven't you, Rob? We've been sitting waiting for Scott to leave so you can get in. I'll try to make the next stream in the Invertarium. Yes, Peter, that would be absolutely phenomenal. Peter Webster literally has the most amazing collection of inverts, and it's true spiders. Oh, mate, here's the reason I got into true spiders.
Oh, the stuff that Peter Webster gets is unbelievable.
Amazing, isn't it, Rob? Amazing.
Oh,
Absolutely amazing. Could you imagine spending like an hour in his room? It wouldn't be long enough, would it? I'd be like,
nah, you'd have to be
like
there
an
all day.
museum. It'd be like an absolute, like a massive entomological museum. Would be a phenomenal place to be.
In his invertarium, you'd have to be there all day, man.
He's got a video. Peter Webster says he's back Friday with a new Spider Shop unboxing. Ooh.
Oh wow!
Ooh.
Hope that's better than your last Spider Shop unboxing that I've seen.
Huh? Ooh. Be interesting to see what you get in that one.
So Scott, what's going on with the porno trash anyway?
It's just something that I've always fancied doing, right? And I work as a mobile engineer, okay? So I am in and out of factories, I am in and out of building sites and all sorts of places. So I'm all over the place. I do maintain that 2 meter distance while this is all on, but I've done it just because, look, you're looking at my tosh now and you're smiling. That's the only reason I've got the tosh. Literally, wherever I go, I've got the clear face mask down. People look at me and they just look at me and smile. That's all it's about, because everybody at the moment is walking around, heads down, feeling a bit depressed because of what's going on. And they look up, see me tosh and start laughing. That's what the tosh is about, mate. Robbie's Talking Tea says, funny enough, I mentioned Pete in my video today, feeding clip of the Hamasavikia. I can't say that. I need practice for half these Latin names.
There's too many of them.
Yeah, so you can Robbie Talking Teas, a polythy at seas. So he's mentioned during one of his feeding videos today. So we will definitely go check that out after the stream. Excuse me for coughing. Peter said it's going to be an epic one from the Spider Shop on Friday. I am looking forward to that, definitely. Mark the Spider Guy, I will be in the background, bro, supporting you. Oh yeah, Peter, you should get Mark to do a video. Definitely.
What's the more?
Ellie, you're looking very 80s
Oh,
Oh,
am I?
looking forward to that, Pete. Definitely.
Did
with the
Ellie just say
headband.
what's the moment?
My dream animal to own, Reggie, is the Galapagos. Oh, let me just say it properly.
I asked
So
what was
you've
the
not
more.
just got the. God,
Come on, Scott. You
I
got
have to
this.
look at it. I have to look at the wording to be able to say it. But the Scolopendria gigantea, the Amazon giant centipede, is literally my dream invert. But they are so expensive.
Are they the ones that's like £200 plus?
Peter's got one, and they are
I think,
literally just
I
like.
was about to think, yeah, Peter Webster's got one. I think he got it from a show. I don't think it, no, not,
Venomous
well, it wouldn't have
Visions.
been last year,
Venomous
but
Visions.
2019, I think he got one.
Venomous Visions, I think he got it from. Yeah, Mark's going to be in the video too. Brilliant. We love seeing Mark in the videos. Peter. Yeah. But the Gigantica, the Amazon giant centipede is up there on my wish list. But like I said, they're so expensive. I mean, we've got hopefully moving house this year because we were supposed to move house last year. COVID come, furlough for 3 months, and then that put paid to that. Do you know what I mean? So this year, hopefully, we'll get to move this year. Next year, we're getting married. So fingers crossed.
Are you still staying in Coventry, are you, Scott?
I don't really want to stay in Coventry. It's nothing against Coventry. It's just when I did my drugs, when I was homeless and all the rest of it, it was actually in Coventry. And I've just seen a lot of it. Do you know what I mean? And when I go around Coventry, there's just so much that reminds me of it, even 5 years later. I feel like I'm in a position now where I want to try and move away from it.
Yeah.
I was still definitely, even if it's just the outskirts of Coventry, I'll be happy. But no matter where I go, I will still be coming back in Coventry.
Like Nuneaton, where you're from. You're from Nuneaton, ain't you? Or you're from Coventry?
I am, yeah, from Nuneaton. But I would be definitely coming back into Coventry quite a lot because I still see a lot of the homeless guys in town. COVID or not, to be fair, because they need to know people are out there.
Exactly.
Mark says, I'm waiting for my new, Peter Webster, sorry, says, I'm waiting for my new Giantia coming in from Peru because the big boy died, was absolutely, oh man. I've got every centipede that Venomous Visions has for sale and more. Yeah, Peter, mate. When it comes,
Peter Webster probably has everything that anyone has for sale on their website. Peter Webster's probably got it all.
We're going to bring Spider-Man into the stream as well, Rob.
Yay, Spider-Man.
Okay, so just aesthetically pleasing, right? So not being Patreon or not being persuaded to either or other. If they were just pictures, Union Jack or the American flag, which I can't remember the name for the American flag. Do you know what I mean? If you're just looking at those flags, I think the American one's got it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Obviously, the loyalty to the Union Jack, 100%.
Of course, of course.
To look at, yeah, I do like it. I do like flags though. I do like to see the flags up like that.
Yeah, this is the spider room. I'm in progress of doing it. I was able to get into this one little area, and I've got a couple more hours left to do, but it's coming along. I can't wait to show everybody.
How are you doing, Christine?
I'll tell you what I have took from you guys, Spider-Man, in like a general life type of thing, is how much you respect your veterans. And if you find out somebody's a veteran, you thank them for doing it. You thank them for what they did or are currently doing. I think that's now coming over to the UK a lot more, which is something I've took on board. I like to do that now.
Oh, absolutely.
They've kept it safe, haven't they?
I think it's disrespectful if you don't.
Spider-Man, are you from Georgia?
Peter Webster, we're going to do it once the COVID's finished, mate. So if we can get you to the wedding, that'll be a present in itself, mate. That would be absolutely amazing.
I'm from North Carolina, Rob.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
I thought you were from Georgia because I know a guy who has a YouTube channel called Trey Beck.
Mhm.
He keeps all sorts of reptiles. He keeps inverts and all that. And your husband sounds a lot like him. And I think he might be from Georgia. You got like a border between Georgia and South Carolina?
We're right above North Carolina, so we still have that southern drawl.
Yeah.
Hey, Peter. Yeah.
Yeah, your husband sounds a lot like him.
Yeah. Hey,
what's
Tony.
the weather like over with you, Spider-Man, today?
It's what is it about? Like, I think it hit like 50 degrees today. Just kind of not sunny, just the kind of a blah day, but it was enough to get me up and moving around and getting some stuff done that I needed to do.
What's 50 degrees in our temperature over in England? What would 50 degrees be?
Hold on, let me see.
50 degrees to Celsius would be 10.
10.
Yeah.
So
No,
still shorts and t-shirt weather.
Scott already got it, honey.
Oh, Peter Webster says that he'll be at the wedding. We'll be there. Not had a hug from Layla for years now, so hopefully she won't be so shy next time. No, she's come out of her shell a little bit more. She has shied away from the channel over the last sort of 8 months, but she is literally throwing herself into her schoolwork and stuff like that at the moment. Here's the little G. Hey.
How's that going with Layla with being homeschooled, Scott?
We fell unlucky. Because the school know I work, the school have got me down as a key worker because I work in construction. Oh, I'm not a key worker. By far. Key workers are police, the ambulance, the NHS, the fire crews. They're key workers. So the school have classified me as that, and they've said, look, you know, there's a place for Layla if she wants it. There's only 6 of them in the class. Layla is very school orientated, very educational orientated. If she's off school, it upsets her. She found out her SATs had been cancelled, and she spent half an hour crying about it because she really wanted to do them. So, although it kind of goes against our judgment, we have said, look, go to school, because at the end of the day, if she doesn't go to school, it affects her mental health badly.
Yeah.
So
it did with my daughter. My daughter, through the big lockdown, her mental health was going all over the place, and the only thing that got my daughter out of mental health, because she was at the borderline from what her mum was telling me, was anime, Japanese. She taught herself how to speak Japanese and everything during the big lockdown. So,
wow. You see, like Layla's, I think they want her in school as well as because she's the top of the class, top of the school, everything. Even their Ofsted report is boosted up because of her grades. Do you know what I mean? But then I'm not going to mention the school, Rob. So appreciate it if you didn't. But there's a really good school in Coventry which we're trying to get her into to help with her education further, because they will literally push her, and it's looking like she's going to go. Do you know what I mean? But yeah. She is.
Well, schools have changed. Well, schools have changed since I've been in Coventry, so you ain't got to worry about that one with me.
Yeah, appreciate it. Gary Bale, hi Peter. I've just added you on YouTube, so we'll check your channel out and videos tomorrow. Gary, he has done a lot of videos, but all of them are absolutely amazing. Hi Spider Sister. Well, Gary Bale says, no worries, take care everyone, all the best. Gary, thank you very much for joining and watching me for so long. I really do appreciate your time. Rob is talking to you, says bye Gary. Mark says bye Gary.
Sorry.
I must hold some sort of record on YouTube for the most gifts given out, says Peter. I think you probably do, my fella. I think you probably do. Peter for helping other YouTubers and helping out anybody in the community. His heart is literally like this. He's literally one of the most loveliest guys you'll ever meet.
Scott, can I just ask you a question? I know Noah's young, but what's he been taking with all the inverts and stuff? Has he been fascinated with anything, or?
The snake probably more than anything, because it's so big and it moves around, so we can see it.
And the lizards.
And the lizard. He loves the lizards. Our middle child, Leo, he's getting tested for autism and stuff like that, which doesn't change our view about him or anything like that. To us, it's just Leo. Do you know what I mean? But when he sees a snake, his hyponess and stuff like that just seems to calm down, and he kind of goes like this, and he doesn't tap the glass really hard like this, because what is he, 2 now?
Yeah.
He doesn't hammer the glass. He kind of goes tap tap ever so gently. Do you know what I mean? I think that's one of the reasons the enemy was quite happy for me to have it as well, because when Leo's seen it, Layla will come and help me feed a lot. She will literally come and help me feed, which is brilliant for
Has Layla still got her own collection of tarantulas?
Yeah. Robbie T says, been sat here searching for 6 hours. No emunerous females anywhere.
OBT female.
So if any of you guys know where an emunerous is going female, adult female, I would have thought Robbie's after. Then please drop Robbie's talking message on.
Maybe Robbie should try ringing around to pet shops, whether it's local or non-local, because I know some pet shops will ship out, whether they don't pull it on their website. I know my local pet shop up in Newcastle. I'm in Newcastle. The pet shop I used to get a lot of tarantulas from was in Durham, and I know very well that they would ship out, but they ain't got no female OBTs. So yeah, if he rings around, he might be able to see if any pet shops might have them.
So Mark the Spider Guy, Mark is also a personal friend on Facebook. He said that Peter is a true gent. Such a shame he gets so much hate towards him. He doesn't deserve all the crap. It's upsetting to read that Peter would get any crap, and I have heard about it, and I don't really want to pay it any attention, because if he does get rubbish, I just think he should just delete those people off his Facebook, off his YouTube, and stick with everybody like us guys that give him a load of positive energy, because Peter, you are an absolutely amazing guy. And literally that hate is literally a minor amount of people, and we all go through it every now and again. It's just one of those things. But yeah, I think on his unboxing video on Friday, there's 20 people in the chat, so I do expect all you guys to watch that video, give him a thumbs up, and put some positive comments down in his comments too. Spider-Man, can you see the comments?
Yes, I'm reading them.
Ellie says, do you want Ellie, Peter, to tell them all off? She'll hit more with the ruler. Yeah. You don't mess with that.
Ellie looks like the teacher.
Peter Webster says he replies to every comment, good or bad. The bad ones, not. I don't think they'd say that to your face, mate. I don't think. I think they'd be too scared to say anything to your face. I think it's just jealousy. I wouldn't worry about it. I really wouldn't.
I'm quite gutted that the BTS is cancelled for this year, because I would love to have met. I think it's been put down on the site, on the Facebook site, that it's been cancelled or been pushed forward.
July the 18th, as it stands. My personal thoughts are, if it goes ahead, it's going to be more like November, December, because the top 4 groups that need to be vaccinated, they were saying if they carry on vaccinating the same amount of people every day that they're doing now, they won't finish the top 4 groups until July.
Yeah.
So it's the over 80s, the over 75s, the vulnerable adults, and the over 60s, is it? And then, of course, you've got all the NHS stuff. So unless they increase this vaccination program, yeah, I can't see many shows happening again this year. But
well, if they're doing the age range, I'm waiting until you get it's got over 40s rather than over 30s.
Literally, yeah, over 40s, yeah. I'm 42 in February.
So if they're doing it by age, then it's like my gran's had it, which she's over 80, and then it's going down to the 70s, then 60s, and so forth and so on. So they're going to be doing it that way.
So when's your birthday?
But I'll be asking a lot of questions when I go for mine.
I'm 42 on February the 6th.
So that
6th, okay.
And then my little brother his birthday is February the 7th, because we always used to have like over the age of 20, we kind of had a joke that my mum only got horny at the same time every year, because obviously I'm on the 6th of February. There's 5 years between us, and he's on the 7th.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's on the
Radio
2nd. I knew they were close, but so I'll be 43 on the 2nd. So.
Ooh.
Wow, you don't look 43.
Thanks.
Zombie Darkblade says apparently we're getting vaccinations at work at some point. Now, Zombie Darkblade is a key worker. Exotics Radio Podcast. Hiya. If you're not subscribed up to Exotics Radio Podcast, I highly recommend you do. The podcasts she produces are epic.
What are you doing?
Mark Spider Guy is 21 in December. Peter's 52
Here's one
in
thing
April.
about the one thing about the just a last thing about the coronavirus stuff, because I don't want to talk about the coronavirus much. Do you think that the police, ambulance? No conspiracy. Do you think the police, ambulance, and fire service should be vaccinated before anyone else in the next lot?
Yes. They're on about doing teachers and stuff like that. Teachers should be behind them. At the end of the day, they can close the schools. You can't close a police station. You can't close a fire station, and you cannot close the NHS down. And these guys protect us. They save our lives. And it just seems ridiculous that they are not literally hammering the vaccine through those guys. Who just said, you're not classed as a key worker, says Happy Ant. I'm working in construction, repairing hydraulics. They say we're key workers. I do not class myself personally as a key worker. The key worker term.
I'm classed as a key worker, even though I pack tea bags for a living. I'm still classed as a key worker. I'm packing food. Still classed as a key worker. So anyone's classed as a key worker if it comes into human consumptions.
Zombie Darkblade says, in school we are still working. Welcome back, Dale. See, Dale works security, but what he does, I would classify that as a key work.
Yeah, Dale's TV is too small for his living room, by the way. He needs a bigger one.
Oh no, yeah, 72 inch he's got. What the? You know why?
He said he got into school
he can watch me on the big screen. Did you hear what happened in Canada? No, we didn't. What's going on in Canada? Happy out. I'm classed as a key worker just because I work in transport and logistics. 75 inch Dale's got that extra 3 inches.
Anyone that listens
lot
to the
of
radio,
people-
do not listen to the radio tomorrow.
Apparently, I'm classified as a key worker, says Peter, invert laws, as I make windscreens for ambulances. Well, yeah, because you're keeping the ambulances on the road, so yes, we need them on the road.
Spider-Man, are you keeping your radio off tomorrow, or you're not too bothered about it?
Everything's gonna be shut off tomorrow.
Everything's going to be shut off
There's
tomorrow.
gonna be a mess somewhere, and I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
Well, I think they've propaganded what Trump's done to death. I think they've spread a lot of lies about him. And
Oh yeah.
typical. I'm not going to say American government because it's every single government. They all do the same. If they don't like it in their own house, they will literally get anything and everything and throw it at that person to demoralise them, don't they? And I think they've done that with Trump. I think they've propaganded the death out of him. I think they've put a load of crap out there on the tellies, just purely because then he can't run again, and Biden's then seen as an absolute angel. I think it's just the biggest bit of bullshit at the telly at the moment. I've listened to quite a lot of it, and it
Has there ever been a president that's lost presidency, then ran again and got presidency again?
Oh, dropped his chamber block.
Nope.
No.
Moon over Miami is a key worker.
No one makes sure that doesn't happen.
Oh my god. So Exotics I mean, I am really sorry because this is quite upsetting. Exotics Radio podcast says a homeless man died in a porta potty because he froze to death due to the lockdown over there. He had no place to go. Also, a store refused to sell socks to a homeless man. I can't even talk about that, mate. That is just shocking.
To be honest, there's always places to go, but it's whether they get to the people in time. You know, everywhere is open. A lot of places are open for homeless people. A lot of places are open for people that can't afford stuff. It's
right. Rob, let me stop you. If that's the case, when I was homeless, I spent 2 weeks on the streets, and then I spent a further 4 weeks going around all the churches, sleeping in churches. Literally, you had to be out by 7 a.m. So I don't agree with that. I still
Scott,
see homeless people on the street.
I don't like the dole. The dole are complete idiots. They just go there, get their money, and go home. They don't care about what if you go in there begging. I've been in there begging. You know, I nearly lost my flat last year during lockdown. And did they care? Nah, they didn't care. It's the system. The system is wrong. The system needs changing, and you know.
Well,
And
see,
it's
now
been
when I
like
was signing
it's been like it for years, man.
When I was signing on, it was a few years back. I went in, I spoke to my worker, explained the situation, explained about my mental health and stuff like that. He said, "Look, you only have to come in here once a month." But he phoned me every single week, not to bitch that I wasn't applying for jobs or anything like that, but he phoned me just to make sure I was okay.
Yeah.
Literally, he was such a nice guy. He'd come from the mental health background as well. And he gave me a lot of advice on how to progress myself up so I could eventually get back into work, which obviously now I have done. But I had quite a good experience. I think a lot of people that have a bad experience is basically because they feel that they're not getting enough money.
If it weren't for the regulations that he put in through the big lockdown, I would have lost my flat. I would have lost my flat because they put in that no one could be evicted throughout the lockdown. That kept me a roof over my head because I was 33, coming up to 34 when lockdown come in, and I went on to universal credits, which is literally bullshit. It's nothing. You know,
Yeah.
they don't help
Because
you.
you
They don't.
universal credit reassesses everybody and pays you accordingly.
And because
unfortunately,
that's a 2-bedroom flat,
reduce their rates for certain people, haven't they, with the criteria?
I'm under the age of 35, and I had a 2-bedroom flat, so they weren't paying me.
You're working. You're working. Your flat's secure, and you've got a Ghostbusters poster up behind you, which I want to see. Oh yes. Oh yes. Now you're talking. Now you're talking.
Yeah. So just because I was under the age of 35, and I had a 2-bedroom flat,
everybody,
I wanted. Nah, look at him.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he takes it all out. Look at him. How old is he now, Scott?
Sorry?
How old is he?
He'll be one in April. He'll be one in April. Yeah, it's literally flew by here.
Them giggles.
He's got his gender for TV.
At least it's not Ginger.
Happy Anthony, he's overtook the channel. Happy boy. Oh, bless him. He's like this all day. He's always smiling. If I've been lying under a machine in the cold and the wet all day, covered in crap, come home, I've got this one laughing at me, got the other one going, hello, hello. Got Tara stood there with a cup of tea and a big smile on her face. Layla
grim.
Yeah. Life's good. Life is good. Did you hear that? He's just fired on my desk. Literally, he's just vibrating on the desk. I don't know
who's looking at him.
His mum. All his mum is holding behind the camera like that and going like that. He just goes ballistic. Peter Webster says he's gorgeous. That made my days. The spider sister. He has the most infectious. He does. He's a little chunky monkey, aren't you? You're my chunky monkey.
Right, he doesn't look like Dale yet.
He doesn't look like what, sorry?
He doesn't look like Dale yet. Hello, my lover.
He's literally the happiest kid. Do you know when you're having a rubbish day? If you're having a rubbish day, you come home from work and this little fella's laughing his head off. Suddenly it's not a rubbish day. Suddenly the world's happy and fine. I tell you, brilliant. I love it. I
think that's for everyone. I think if everyone heard a little baby giggling their head off, it would boost their day up.
Yeah.
You see, I've got a friend at work who's the same age as me, and he says, "I don't know how you do it." I went, "What do you mean?" He said, "Do you not get tired of running around after the kids and stuff like that?" And I went, because his oldest, he's only got the one, and I think he's something like 19 or 20. I was like, "Mate," I said, "my kids keep me alive." Literally, you know, I'm 42, run around after them all day. They keep me happy, keep me healthy. It's flipping brilliant. What? I am going to pass him to his mum.
I've been on the Scott. I've been on the opposite side of that. It's sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad.
Don't get me wrong. I am going to be doing a mental health drugs video, but probably a bit later on in the year. It's going to come with a warning, and it's going to be my life story. As far as kids and stuff like that goes, you're probably going to get a massive shock about my history. But I want to get it out there because I know other people have been through the same stuff, and obviously some people might be going through what I've gone through. But yeah,
I don't mind
going to be
coming on that. I wouldn't mind sharing my story. Yeah, my story was pretty bad, but that'll be shared on another time if you don't mind.
Yeah, I've got homelessness. Obviously, I went homeless. Right, I could look after myself. I've done mixed martial arts, all the rest of it. Right, I don't make a big thing of it anymore. I used to because I was an absolute twat, to be honest. But my ex is obviously a female. She was physically violent, emotionally violent, financially abusive, and mentally abusive. So that's all going to be coming.
We hope she was a female.
She was, yeah. I hope it wouldn't make a difference if it was a male. But then I think there's men out there that have gone through the same stuff that keep it all quiet.
Yeah.
And that's affected me mentally going forward. So all that's going to come out in a video, tell you guys. And like I said, if there's other men that are going through it, hopefully they'll feel confident enough to inbox me, and I'll chat to them.
But
definitely.
Scott, if you want to get other people up on stream, if you want to do it as a stream and you want to get other people up, I'll be more than willing to share my experiences from.
It's going to be, it'll probably be done in summertime. It will be a video because not everybody's going to want to see it. Not everybody's going to want to comment on a video like that, on a stream like that, sorry. So it's going to be open to people just to drop me an inbox because I've literally done a lot. I don't see myself as being, you know, a warrior or anything like that. I'm just a normal person. Do you know what I mean? And it's easy to get through a struggle. It's easy, and yeah, I just want to get that, especially the abuse from a female partner. That's going to be coming out a lot. But like I said, because men go through it as well, and it needs to be more publicised. Do you know what I mean? It needs to be out there more.
Exactly. I've been through a lot of stuff when it comes to children and stuff. So
same as me.
I'll be more than willing. I'll be more than willing to come on.
But then it makes you kind of see the world differently as well. So if somebody says something, you can see them as an enemy instantly and go for them and stuff like that. So I'm going to be chatting about that as well, mistakes that I've made in the past. But yeah. Right. So Peter Webster has said if anybody wants one of his stickers, then drop him a message and he will send them out.
That's fun.
Yes, Peter Webster, I need your stickers.
He did send some, but Layla had them.
Oh, yeah. Like, Peter, I'll be happy to pay for them as well because you've sent some and Layla's got them in a bedroom and I want to be able to get yours. I'll put yours on Nangini, actually, because when I got Nangini right, when I put him here, or her here, I was remembering Peter Webster's videos when he's got his in the background. That's one of the reasons that I've turned the invert room round, so the snake's here as well. So a lot of love for Peter Webster. Just gonna have a quick flick down the comments just to see what's been going on. Yeah, thank you for the support, everybody. Peter Webster will send them out worldwide. So Spider Mom is on the radio podcast. If you want Peter Webster stickers, he'll send them out.
Yeah, I just sent him a friend request on Facebook, so I'll write him once I get a hold of him on there.
He's such a lovely guy. Such a lovely guy. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. So I'm going to leave you guys with Ellie, Spider-Man, and Rob. I'm literally going to look to the big Toshi boys' room and go and have a quick cigarette at the same time. But then Tara can sit here and take over as well, can't she? We can have a bit of a girl's life for 10 minutes. Yeah. Let's get the girlies together. The girls are Rob.
Come up with some conspiracies. Don't mind us.
Ellie, I think we've already done that.
How you doing?
I'm all good. You'll have to excuse the state of me. I weren't ready for tonight.
It's all good.
It's all right. When Scott told me the live was coming on, I was literally in my silky pajamas and I was like waiting for my daughter to get out of the bath so I can go in the bath. And then Scott was like, I'm going on live. It's like, I'm not even dressed. He's like, you can come on naked. He's like, no, wait.
I've known about it since he put the post up and I still weren't ready.
Oh, I had the post off of him a few days ago because I said, he keeps telling me to do this like pin-up look kind of thing. And at first I didn't know what pin-up was, so I Googled it. I'm not very fashionable. So I Googled it and I said, oh, I actually have something that I could do like that. And I was supposed to do that, then completely forgot all about it.
Well, me, I went to go and put Leo to bed and almost fell asleep.
Sorry, Tara, I've just been to the toilet, and last time I seen Scott's screen, it was Scott, not you. So Scott with a manicure.
He's left you with the better half. What can I say?
The better one. What is it with every woman that when they can't be asked to do anything with their hair, they just pull it up in the bin?
I did straighten it. I just put it back in a bubble.
My hair was done when I washed it, and that was like yesterday.
I did that to my hair like 24/7 until I chopped it all off several months back, but I kept it up like that all the time.
Well, this is it. Mine's too long to do anything with it, so I just keep it like this all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, where am I going? I'm in lockdown. I got kids. I can't go anywhere. What's the point?
Well, this is it, Ellie. The only place I was going tonight.
You can't go to the hairdressers, can you?
Yeah, but the other way I see it, right, is if your guys don't like to look at me being me at my house, then what's the point in looking at me anyway?
I do my own hair.
I've been in worse states on the stream, so to be honest, I'm really not bothered.
Oh,
one of my cats is underneath my chair.
Mark said, do you know if the tailless whip is expecting yet?
We're not too sure yet. I'm hoping she is.
You can actually, I think with tailless whip scorpions, if you shine a light next to them, it's a bit like candling. You can actually see through their skin, can't you?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, you can. But I don't want to get too close to her.
Because she'll scare away.
Yeah, she likes to run and hide.
Mine are like that. None of you have seen mine, have you? Mine are a bit heavy.
So Tara, now that Tara's on the screen and not Scott. So Tara, what was it like when you met Scott and he wanted all these inverts and exotics?
I'll make you a tea, babe. I'll make you a tea. This bit's censored.
He's going to make me a tea, but I've still got one. Well, when he said about spiders, I said to him, well, you might as well go and get them. But it was only 2.
2 from a flight when I moved in, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 2. 2 spiders, a lizard and a dog. And now it's turned into God knows how many.
Your whole
every
kitchen.
time he says to me, I did an ups, I'm like, oh God, have you ordered now?
It's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission.
He says to me, I've done it all. Exactly. And I have to say to him, what day have I got to wait in? Because it's me that has to wait in for it all.
So I suppose you've been with Scott.
On the downside now, because Leo goes to nursery, I can't wait in all the time.
That's right, I'll have it delivered to Michelle. She won't mind. You pick up on your way back.
I suppose, Tara, with you being with Scott for so long, that it's kind of the norm now, ain't it? You know, oh, Scott, you got a delivery. It says inverts. It's a norm.
Yeah, but then he makes up for it when I get things delivered.
Yeah, don't ever think she goes without. Because this girl, she probably won't talk about it too much, but she's had an absolute fucking shit time, ain't you, baby?
Yeah.
And everything she's ever had, she hasn't had for long. So I think it's my responsibility to try and get those things that she does want and make sure they stay too.
I do need a new pram though.
Exactly.
I dumped myself in it then, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You need a new pram.
Yeah. Well, I've got a double and I don't need a double now, so I need a new one.
You need a single.
Yeah. That and my double that turned into a single broke today, so
Ooh.
definitely need a new one.
Scott, get your ass into gear.
Oh, don't even go there.
It's all right. Ellie's already said it's got to be an expensive one.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she wants silver cross, nothing less.
Oh, I remember
When I'm
when
doing bonus at work, I might be able to get something, but not at the moment.
I first become a dad, and then I become a dad again. My ex, she spent 1,200 quid on a double boogie that we only used 5 times, and I'm like, you could have bought a car for that.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
just being snobbing.
I went for the cheap ones, didn't I?
Yeah.
Which
Well,
might explain why they broke.
It's no point going for
She
expensive stuff when you become
go for the
first
cheap.
parent.
Cheap, she went for the mid-range one. Do you know what I mean?
He didn't know yet that the single was going to cost more than the double did.
It's not.
Ellie, you're quite blessed because you had your kids quite a age between yours, ain't there?
One's 13, the other one's 7. I wasn't that blessed. I was like, what, 16? I had
My
first
oldest, Rob.
Get to the other fold-out chair, but it's outside.
Pete Webster says he started with 3 T's in November 2017, and he's now got 400 exotic animals in his invertarium. My oldest is 21, and my youngest will be 1 in April.
Well, my oldest is 15 and my youngest is 11. And I've got 4.
My oldest is 11.
Call of Duty or Red Dead.
Hey, my husband Jason wants to know if any of y'all play on the Xbox.
Oh, no, I don't.
No, PlayStation.
PlayStation.
I don't do big boy toys.
Does your husband play Call of Duty?
Yes.
He does.
Yes.
Well, tell him that he'll have to find me on Facebook called Robert Goddard and send me a personal message with his Activision account, and I'll add him as a friend on Call of Duty, and I'll play with him.
I'll write him for you.
This is such a sore subject. It's unbelievable. Right? Got my Xbox. Absolutely love it. Play the games and everything. Yeah. About a year ago, I broke the CD drive. So I bought the new DVD reader bit, and my mate's had it ever since. Keep saying, "Oh, fixed it. I'll fix it." So I think I'm gonna have to get a second-hand
PlayStation.
Xbox.
I'm on PlayStation. Spider-Man.
I
broke the PlayStation as well. Remember the first lockdown? I got out of bed and I put clothes on top of it because it was on the floor. Because it was just set up from the night before when we were playing, and I stood on it, didn't I? So we ain't got a games console at the moment. So it's like I said, it's a bit of a sore subject.
I went through
Peter Webster's got a PS4 Pro.
Lockdown
New
without a
open
game
games, had it
console.
for a year and never switched it on. Peter, my God. Get a PS4 start. go for a PS. I've got so much other bits that I've got to get before a gaming console, though. That's the only thing. But yeah, I would love either a 1 or a PS4. We had the PS4 for a while till I broke it. That was
I
pretty cool.
bought a PS4 off a guy from my work. I'm quite happy that I brought it because it was broken only on the shell, and it cost me 50 quid, and it come with no controllers. And an American friend of mine from the other side of America, he went on to Amazon UK and ordered me a control pad and had it delivered to my house. And I was like, I haven't ordered anything.
Wow.
Where's this come from?
Wow.
You know, kind of thing. And it was a gold.
Do you know what?
Awkward, and they all had Xboxes, and I wanted to be different, didn't I? And told you I wanted a PlayStation.
But one thing I'm actually quite glad
Doom plus the latest
about
Tomb Raiders and others. My word. You see, a friend, one of my old friends, literally, I mean, I was in Scouts, Venture Scouts, Beavers, and I absolutely loved Scouts and Ventures. But an old friend from there, he's actually moved over to Canada. And last year, he bought me do you know the USB microscopes that people use for sexing the molts?
Yeah.
He did the same. He went onto Amazon and bought me it. And what I didn't tell him was it reduced me to tears. Do you know what I mean? It's just stuff like that. It just blows me away.
I got this. I was waiting for a control pad from a friend from Australia that I knew would take weeks and weeks and weeks. And then I had an Amazon delivery, and I was like, I haven't ordered anything. I opened it up, and it's like a brand new control pad for PlayStation 4. I was like, where's this come from? So I was asking people, and they're like, no, it's not me. And then eventually they owned up, and I was like, oh, fucking hell, thank you very much. Cost him $70, but you know, it was, you know, Christmas come early kind of thing, as what he said. You know,
it's just like I said, it's a bit of a sore subject. I missed my games massive, and Dom Darkblade just said Doom, Dead Space. I didn't get on with Dead Space, but Crisis, what a game that was! I love Crisis.
Crisis was good. Crisis 3 was good as well.
Culture Rips is just the sling though. Lots of growing to do, but agreed. I'm loving the hobby already, and I'm only 4 months in. We've managed to get hold of Spider Sister while she's still very new to the hobby.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She was one of the first subscribers to my channel, so she's a total sweetheart.
Enjoy your spider sling while you can, because in 5 years' time it will get some growth.
Yeah.
Yeah, a massive warning to your Spider Sister. It is addictive. It's an addiction. You can't just get one spider and that's it. It's if you think you can, you're fooling yourself. But you know, it is an amazing place to be. It's an amazing hobby. You meet people like these guys. It's a real beautiful place to be, I think.
See, when I first started the hobby,
it's crazy how kind people can be and how supportive they are. Very true. Very, very true. Immensely so. And what I find, I don't know about you guys, but I find in the Invert Kingdom, a lot of us that keep tarantulas and stuff, I see the same kind of story. You know, we're all weird, we're all a bit funky, we're all off the cuff. A lot of us have been through stuff. We're all a bit wonky donkey, and we're all mad as hatters. That's what I find across a lot of the invert.
To be honest, Scott, have you seen I know Tara's in the background there, but have you seen some of the women that keep tarantulas?
Oh, yeah, there's two on the line,
God, wow. Why don't you live in my town?
Rob, how long have you been single?
3 years, mate. 3 years.
It shows. Mate, when you're happy and settled down, you don't really think like that.
That and he knows I'll top his books on.
Yeah, and I would wake up.
That's the truth, ain't it, girl?
But I've always said to Tara, you know, you can look from a distance. I've got no problems with Tara eyeing up another man, as long as that's all it is. It doesn't bother me. Do you know what I mean? If we walk down the road and she crashed like that and then back, that pisses me off. But if
I do it because I don't.
If she looked at another geezer and thought, yeah, he's fit, it wouldn't bother me. It really don't. Zombie Darkblade says, we care about creatures that most people want to squish. We do. We do. Rob, what is your Instagram before I forget, says Exotics Radio Podcast.
Rob. Me.
Yeah.
I don't know my Instagram.
I know. Spider Sister, it's not me I'm worried about, it's my girlfriend. I'm going to have to convince to be okay with it, as she's a bit of an arachnophobe.
So was I.
Spider Sister, my Tara, you've just seen on screen, she was arachnophobe to begin with. But, so, you know, they can turn around. So fingers crossed your other after's the same. Yeah. I'll drink to that, Scott, says Spider Sister. Yeah, I've heard Peter. That's why I'd love to come along to one. What's that for? Yeah, what have I missed? Oh, the shows. The shows, yeah. Oh, my God. The shows are absolutely amazing. If you haven't been to one, come to one. If you see me at a show, come over, say hello, so I can put a face to the name and all the rest of it.
That's one thing that's different between the UK and America. The American shows are still going on, ain't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, the spider shows are still going on, but UK shows are stopped.
Ellie, he is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
So heavy.
Yeah,
she was trying to get up and then slipping down. So it was like,
get him back up. Get him back up.
Scarlett, you come in. You come in. You come in. Come on in. Come on in. You're not going to come now.
I'm getting the milk out of the fridge because I'll keep all my inverts in the kitchen.
She's getting like really heavy now. She's getting huge.
Gee, the doll baby. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that face.
I can only hope the Spider Sister. Fingers crossed for you. Peter Webster says he goes to most shows and he gives around 100+ gifts to everybody. He does. Peter, but you do know you don't have to give gifts out. People just are so happy to meet you because you're such a legend.
Oh, look,
Creepy Crawley said they should figure out a way to zoom
literally
an invert show, like 10 people at a time, get an hour or so, look around virtually. Creepy Crawley, you've
Leah did them.
Wow. I think Creepy Crawley, you've kind of already got that with the online shops. Ellie, who was that handsome fella? Says Spider Sister.
Don't let Grant stop.
I'm trying to keep hold of him, but he won't sit still. Sit still.
Oh.
My dog is a girl. It's a boy.
Okay, Grim. Okay, buddy.
I think so too, excited.
Right, let mine go. There you go.
Yes, I love you, buddy. Okay, calm down.
They don't like being handled.
So many visitors to the Invertarium, and everyone leaves with the gift, says Peter Webster. Yeah, we were actually going to go to Peter's Invertarium because you don't live very far from us at all. Literally, probably about half an hour drive. But because of the lockdown, I can't do it until we're at least vaccinated. Because if I took virus to anybody, do you know what I mean? Hey, stop. Remember, I wasn't able to keep any tarantulas because the lady of the house was against it. She's come round. Yes.
Awesome.
This is our dog.
Aw, sweet baby. Oh, I'm not talking to you.
And the one visitor Peter has never left. Yeah, I love this story. I absolutely love this story. Peter
Hey,
Webster and the spider guy, which is
holding
Mark.
like a banshee on a chainsaw.
Absolutely.
The
They met. Peter Webster and the spider guy met through Inverts, and now they're literally like brothers. It's literally a bromance story in the most positive light. When you see the videos that Peter does of Mark in the background, they're literally like this. It's so nice to see. Remind me and my best mate, we're like this. We're as close as you guys. Literally, but he's not into inverts but he was scared of spiders. But because I've got into them, he will when we ain't got lockdown come into the kitchen now, and he's took a bit of an interest. He still doesn't want one just yet, but Zombie Dark Blades, she's got to sleep, working in morning. Take care, lovelies. Thank you, Zombie, for popping on and spending so much time with us. Again, Zombie Darkblade is on Instagram under Zombie Darkblade, so please go give her a follow on Instagram.
I was going to tell you, Rob, about the shows. They're going on, but some of them have been canceled. Like the one that was supposed to be here in January in Greensboro, which is about 40 minutes away from us. I was looking forward to going to that one, but it was canceled. But we got one coming in March, and hopefully it doesn't get canceled. It's on as of now, but what they're doing, they're giving people 2-hour time slots, and you have 2 hours to get in and get out, so the next group of people can come in.
That's not too bad then. With your shows, at least you can get to shows.
Yeah,
you know, they could have done that with us, but with it being more coronavirus over here, and with this new strain, they kind of cancelled everything, kind of thing. And I think they're cancelling quite a few up until probably about summertime up here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. If it continues to get worse, then I'm just gonna go do my orders online. I want to go because I haven't been in over a year to a show because of this mess. But if it continues to climb, then I'm not gonna put myself at risk. I'll just order online. But I intend to go. We'll see how it goes with the vaccine and everything.
One person I'd love to see.
Just 1 second. Zombie Dark Blades, obviously going to bed. Thank you so much for joining, Zombie. I know you weren't feeling very well today, so thank you so much. And Sir Peter Webster is going to shoot now. He's got his sedative starting to kick in. I'll see you all again soon. Love you all, guys. Good night. Night, Pete. Take care. If you're not subscribed to Peter Webster, make sure you are. There is a good reason why we call him Sir Peter. And if you pop over to his channel, you'll certainly find out why. He's got a new video coming out on Friday, a TSS unboxing. I hope I've pimped you up enough there, Peter. But good night, mate. Take care.
Yeah, fingers crossed, because if I'm able to go, because I'm going to take y'all with me, so I want y'all. I want you to see this. There is a huge difference.
I think the shows over in the UK should have took a leaf out of the shows from America. You know, only allow slots.
I think the difference between the American shows. I think the difference between American shows and our shows is, from what I've seen on YouTube, the Americans listen. I don't think we could organise that in the UK. I think there'd be too many people wanting to get in there quick and all the rest of it and come up to everybody that they know. Hello, mate, blah, blah, blah. I don't think they'd be able to maintain a 2 metre distance. So I actually stand by what's going on at the moment. I stand by the social distancing and the lockdown, because it's don't only keep us safe, but it keeps the elderly safe that we normally go and see as well, doesn't it? And the way it's spreading in the UK as well at the moment is a bit scary. So I'd rather have that lockdown.
And with the new strain, no idea where this new strain is coming from. But
That's not me criticising the US having the shows open in one little bit, by the way.
Oh no, no, I get it. Trust me, I'm doing. If, like I said, if it gets, I mean, it's already horrible over here. If it continues to get worse, I'm not going. I'll just order online. But I mean, I'm gonna look out for my family's safety first and foremost.
I mean, for me, it's like imagine coming down with that sore throat and then getting a positive test, and then Tara comes down with it. I know she's got it from me. And then your mum comes down with it. I just can't do it.
yeah,
I just we have to. I mean, I work on building sites, and a lot of the time on a building sites, I'm the only one wearing a mask. And if anybody comes within that 2 meters, I am very much like I literally say, look, do you want your machine repairing? If they say yes, I should say, well, you maintain that 2 meter distance, or I'm not working on your site. And I'm pretty much. That's how it is. I've told my manager, and I said, you know, if there's an instance where somebody won't keep that 2 meter distance, I'm leaving site. He's fully backed me up. He said, yeah, 100% with you. But that's just how it's got to be. It has to be. It's not going to be forever. Sooner or later, we're going to be vaccinated and we're going to be hugging our loved ones again. And, you know, I mean, I miss my parents and I miss my brother and my daughter as well, just as much as you guys miss yours. And the way I look on it is my granddad, he fought in World War II. He made sacrifices. A lot of his friends died, and I mean a lot of his friends died in World War II. He was aboard landing crafts at Normandy. And that's just one small story.
Is he still alive, Scott?
No, he passed away 10 years ago, actually. The day's coming up pretty soon, actually. In March, but yeah, that's just one small story. So if you think about how many sacrifices were made in World War II, how many people's houses and lives were absolutely destroyed, and that was them protecting us and giving us our way of life now. So what we're doing in this lockdown is nowhere near the amount of sacrifices they made, and we're doing the same to protect our kids and to make sure they've got a better future. So I think we should stick to the rules, do exactly what the government say. Not get too wound up if you see somebody else not doing it. Do you know what I mean? I was to start with. I was getting annoyed with other people.
Yeah, I'm annoyed.
But at the end of the day,
I'm annoyed with a lot of people when they say that they have the. You can get them I'm exempt cards offline.
No, I'm not buying that. I don't buy that. See, my daughter, she wears one, right? And it's okay. It's a mask. If you get the face shield, that's away from your face. And you could even get one. You could even put blockage behind it, so it's even further away from your face. At the end of the day, it's discomfort, and you wear one for a very short period of time when you go into a shop, and when you're coming out of a shop, because the rest of the time, really, you should be at home. So
I was having a rant. I was having a rant earlier on with my mum, and it's like, no, I've got no problem with anyone that has any mental health. But when people say they've got anxiety because they're wearing a mask, they'd rather not wear a mask rather than saving their own life or saving someone else's life. And they'd rather go around with a badge saying, I'm exempt from wearing a mask because I've got anxiety.
Moon over Miami. Just read that comment. I can't read that one out. It's just I don't know what to say to you, my friend. I'm just devastated to hear that, mate. I think.
What, my comment, Scott, or someone else's?
No. Moon over Miami. They said that their mum, sister, and nephew died from coronaviruses last month. I think on that note, I think we're going to take the conversation away from the coronavirus, mate, because I don't want to be upsetting you, fella.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I will say as a final thing on the coronavirus before we change the subject is, and I did a post about this on Facebook. if you block an ambulance, you're a fucking arsehole, an absolute fucking arsehole. And I see it. I'm out and about in a van most days as a mobile engineer, and I see dickheads, ambulance coming down, and they just sit in the middle of the fucking road and stop, pull over, let him pass. These guys are out saving our lives. I've seen it again today, and it really, really pisses me off, and I mean, like, really vexes me, because there's nothing on the path, and it's a curve this big. This twat wouldn't go up it. I'll ram the car up onto the path out of the way. I do, and the van, if there's an ambulance coming. But yeah, that's the final thing I should say on that. Let's get on to something else, so we're not.
So change your subject, Scott. Slings.
Oh, when? Yeah.
What slings do you have that are going strong? I know you've had a lot of eggs hatch quite lately. So, what slings do you have?
Yeah, they were the curly hairs. And if you're in the UK and you want one of the curly hairs that are bred, speak to Hadley Davis over at Fantastic Tarantulas, because he's got them all. So if you want one of these spiders that's been bred here, go see him. If you put an order in with him, say, can I have a free curly hair from Scott's Inverts, he'll chuck one in for you guys.
Is that the same with the Salai?
The Salai, I gave most of them away to friends. A lot of them died. I'd say a good 50% of them died, which is nothing unusual for Salai, because Salai are really difficult to rear up.
And she's
I've still got a couple of Salai babies myself as well.
Didn't she double sack?
She did, yeah. But a lot, like I said, posted for the album. Out to friends, literally, like, because they're so fragile. I was giving people 10 at a time. Here's one which I'm really. There's one, look.
Is that one of the babies?
Yeah.
What about that other true spider that you had that you got and it produced a sack? I think it was one of your European species of true spider that you had, Scott, that produced a sack.
Good sack. Yeah, infertile. I was like that. No, that was. Oh, I've had so many true spiders. I can't remember the name of that. Oh, there was a small one with the black stripe down the back, and it was a. No, it's gone. It's gone. I can't remember.
Did you get anything from the false widow that Invertebrarian had, and then he passed it on to someone else, and then it come to you?
No. Apparently, it's been paired several times, but never ever dropped the egg sac. What we have got at the moment.
What was the species? Cetatonia
Stratona Paul Clint.
Yeah, I can't even pronounce that last name myself.
One of the false widows with the yellow stripe on the. Yeah, I know. I can't say him without seeing it in front of me. What I will say though is we have got. Don't quote me, because it's one of the species that we've kind of put them together in the hope that they'll be doing their thing. So it's the Harry Potter spiders, the Taylor's Whip scorpions, the Damon Medius.
We were on about this to Tara. You can actually candle them and see if they're pregnant or not, but with candling them, it might.
No. You never handle a spider or an arachnid that's carrying babies.
No, I'm on about candling them, trying to light on them to see if they're pregnant.
Yeah. I'm not prepared to do that because I'm stressed around too much. At the moment, you open her enclosure and she's literally like this at you. Her claws come right out. So I'm going to leave her alone, completely alone. It looks like there's eggs. Somebody else that's quite known in the field has also said that they think it's eggs, but they'd like to see a better picture, better close up. So I'm going to, because I did that today, I took a couple of pictures of her today. I'm going to leave her for a few days and then take
Are they live
couple
bearers or are they egg layers?
No, they carry their eggs. They lay an egg. They put it inside an egg sac, but it's not a normal egg sac. So their abdomen's here. They carry it in like a crevice underneath them, their egg sac. And what happens is they secrete a liquid over that egg sac, which goes hard. And while those eggs are maturing, and then when the spiders pop out, the arachnids, come out, they then are carried on their mother's back.
But whereas scorpion, they're live bearers.
They're not a scorpion as such; they're an arachnid.
No, but scorpions, as a scorpion, they're live bearers, ain't they?
The common name is a tailless whipped scorpion, but they're not a scorpion.
I know that, but I'm just saying that, you know, going from tailless whipped scorpions to normal scorpions, scorpions are live bearers. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, they're right. So, but
yeah. But the tailless whip obviously lays eggs in the sac and then carries it in the crevice under the back of its abdomen. But I do read it's quite difficult to rear those as well, because you've got to get the moisture right and the temperature. So at the moment, I've got the enclosure probably with one heat cable at the back of it and about an inch away. So that's getting the temperature in the tank to 27. And I've got the humidity up to about 75 at the moment. So fingers crossed, that should hopefully do it.
Sorry.
I'm trying
so
not
Scott,
to.
will she hold on to them eggs?
About nipple coverings.
Hadley. Which Hadley is talking about fucking nipple covering?
I can't see it.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Hadley's not in here.
No, read Ellie's comments.
What am I reading? What have I missed?
Look.
What? Ask Hadley or Scott, they know more about it. Nipple coverings at Scott's Animal Adventures. Yeah?
Go up. Go up a bit more.
What?
Bit more.
He's like, what?
Here, I'll show you. Look. Yeah.
Somebody mentioned nipples and you've left me out.
I can't see anything. If it was to come up with Scott, I would have told you, but I can't see anything.
Oh.
Is it Hadley himself or is it somebody else?
It's Ellie.
Right.
Talking to Hadley.
Which, are you talking to Hadley on Facebook or in
Facebook?
On Facebook.
Right. Tell him. Right, tell him. Says Scott says you're a bold pervert. Come on the live so we could talk about the nipples. I know about the nipples, right? And I'm going to take part in the nipples, but he's not getting the shout out until he comes on the live, and then we'll talk about the nipples.
I'm sat moving it, trying not to laugh.
Spider Sister says, "Oh my God, the cat's in an extreme." Spider Sister, she was playing with her pussy earlier.
Well, I
was playing with creepers.
She plays with the pussy on stream all the time. No comments as Spider Sister.
said it. Can you see? Hang on.
If I was sitting on the sofa, I'd be playing with the pussy right now, but he doesn't want to know me when I'm sitting on the chair.
Is Hadley the one wearing a covering? Hadley is Hadley sponsored the UK giveaway comp that we're doing.
Ellie, send it.
At the moment,
screenshot it and send it to me.
At the moment, what we're doing is I'm running a competition. Hadley sponsored it for 5 Rufus slings. So if you've not checked that video out, have a look at the backlog.
Fantastic tarantulas.
Have a look in the backlog. We're not allowed to say that unless he comes on stream. Have a look at the backlog, and if you've not entered, make sure you're entered. I'm running that competition till the 28th to make sure everybody is there. Right. So Ellie has said Scott said you're a bold perv and you have to come on the live so we can chat about nipples.
Oh, Lordy. She actually told me that.
Is Hadley coming on? Is Mr. Fantastic Tarantula's coming on?
He's got shit internet, so this could be interesting.
Oh, my cat's
Why are you not on my live?
What?
Why are you not on my live? How can I talk about your nipples if you're not in the chat?
Come on alive.
What are you doing?
You're having to do what?
You're not doing. You want me tomorrow? And tuna? Then you better behave. You understand? Oh, my fingers.
They are silly kitty cats. They're going non-stop in the
Get in
background.
the chat so we can talk about the nipples.
I'm glad that my cats are a lot older than Ellie's, because mine just sleep all day and do nothing.
Yeah.
They're even around. They're in. I'll show you one.
All right, no worries. Okay, lovely. Yeah, that's cool. All right, Mark, you on there in a minute then.
Hey, comfy,
All right,
babe.
cheers, lovely.
Oh, that's cute.
Wait,
Yeah.
Andy says he's going to obviously because we've been promoting him a lot, and Nikki has as well. He's now been absolutely inundated with messages, so he's just replied to them. Then he's going to come in the comments, and then we can chat about what he's doing with his nipples. Let me have a quick look at the comments. Spider says he's going to be right back. What do you film all with? What?
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
What do you film with? Says Scott's Animal Adventures. I've got a Samsung S8, so I've got an old phone. That's what I use. There is a camera that I really want, but it is £600. But we just do what we do.
Oh.
Sorry, the missus turned around, just staring at a bum. Yes, mate, Alex. I'll just phone up the phone. I film on my S8 and then go straight over to KineMaster and edit on KineMaster, because I think KineMaster's flipping brilliant. It's idiot proof. There's shitloads of YouTube videos on KineMaster out there as well. My cat thinks it's playtime when the vacuum comes out, so the Exotics Radio podcast.
So does my child.
Spider Mum says, hurry back, Eileen. Come on, Eileen. Come back to the stream.
Oh, Scott, I have a question for you, actually. My teeth sturmy is a male. He's not matured out yet, but the past few days he will not stop walking around his enclosure, like non-stop. What do you think the deal is with that?
Is he flicking hairs?
Oh, he's got a well, he hasn't recently, but
what I found when I had my male, he'd walk around the enclosure, but he'd laid like a thin layer of web. But what they do in the wild is they walk around flicking hairs. So if any mammals come in anywhere near their web, it puts them off really badly. Obviously, with sturmy hairs are absolutely, oh my god, they're literally the worst hairs for me on my skin anyway.
Yeah, he does have a rather bald bum there.
Talking about that, Scott, what tarantulas actually keep frogs as house guests?
I have no idea.
Have you never seen that where a tarantula actually keep a frog
I've heard
as a house guest to keep all the pests away?
I've never paid anything. Louis B, hi mate, love the channel, just subscribe. Thank you so much. Radio Podcast said it's the Exenthius. if Dan Nesbitt wasn't here, he would definitely tell you because he's a flipping expert on them things. Let me just answer Jim's wee beasties because he asked the question before the nipple thing. He says, sorry, Scott, I asked a question earlier just before the nipple thing started. How many times do you pair the same male and female? Fuck it, loads of times, mate. It is my answer to that. My P Metallica female, I paired her, but she did molt out, unfortunately. But I kept her in a big enclosure. I put the male in a few times, and they did actually pair. And in the end, I left the male in there for 2 months.
2.5.
I would say, however many times you feel comfortable, you've got to know the female a little bit. As you know, my male, so that never happened. But I would say, yeah, as many times as you can, at least 3 or 4 times, until you see that. With pairing, you've got to kind of make sure the male's gone through that sperm induction. I've done a video on it, a bit of a plug. But you've got to see the male cast that sperm web, go underneath it, sit on top of it, load up the palps, or see the remains of a sperm web, so you know he's all good before you chuck him in. But yeah, and then
that's one thing I've seen on another Facebook group.
Now the insertions are different from spider to spider. With my curly hair, the insertion happened. She was like this, and had he's gone into her, she's dipped down like that. So what a good thing is to do is have a look for a good video on whatever you're pairing, because when they pair, they'll make a different movement. Some will go up, some will go to the side, some will come down deep when it inserts, some won't. My curly hair, she come down really, really deep. So quite a good idea to go on YouTube, have a look at other people when they've paired, get a good close-up of the male and the female. And like I said, they will do certain movements when they actually get the insertion. So if you can see those movements, when you pair yours up, if you can also see that same movement, you know that, at least you're sort of 80% there, aren't you? But I do suggest like 3 or 4 times. Zensius, sorry, painted at the same time. I have 3 Zensius SP white. Yeah, Zensius.
Scott, can I just ask a question when it comes up to breeding?
Yeah.
I've seen a few posts on other Facebook groups, shark caging.
What?
Shark caging.
Yes.
Would you say that's a good way of breeding, shark caging?
Give me 2 seconds, because Jim Beast is. Jim, if you're pairing up curly hairs, I've paired them in the past. And if you look back at that video, it's in the playlist Tarantula Pairing, you'll see the movement female, mate. And you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, so shark tanking, what that means is you put the male in with the female, but you keep the male in a catch cup or something similar that's got holes in. This is basically to prepare the female, to get her in the mood, to get the male in the mood, all the rest of it, right? But Hadley from Fantastic Tarantulas, I've spent a lot of time with him. He's a very, very close friend of mine, and he will give you advice on this. And what I do, which I've took from him, is don't bother shark tanking because it can stress the spiders out. But if you get a feather and rub it over them, obviously you've really got to be careful because the spider can bite you. So always remember that. And if you've got a fast one, it's going to get you. But if you rub a feather over the male's enclosure, and what the feather does is it picks up the hormones and the smell of the male, especially if there's been a sperm web. You won't see it, obviously, but then over the female's enclosure, you can rub that feather again, so then it will leave behind some of the male's hormones, and that's how some of the big breeders get their spiders breeding really, really well. But then again, my advice for breeding as well is whatever spiders you're breeding, watch YouTube videos so you can see when the female does its thing. But more importantly, check out a web page. It's the Arachno Boards. Check out the Arachno Boards, because if your spider needs like running through the seasons or anything like that, there's in-depth, detailed reports to people that have done it in the past, and they'll teach you how. Just by reading what they've done, it's all really, really detailed, really, really well. Failing that, speak to Hadley Davis or Martin Lees as well.
Well, Hadley's busy with nipples. So. Yeah.
So a feather can help with breeding. That's weird. That's weird.
It is weird.
I suppose it's like pollinating
it's not,
one plant.
If you think about it, if you think,
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
if you think about it, what you're doing is passing over the hormone. So the female is looking to the male before you've even
to another plant. Yeah.
No, not really. Nothing to do with plants. But if you put the hormones from a male into the female's enclosure, the female is then being switched on to breeding because she can then obviously sense those hormones. So her body is then going, ooh, egg sac, eggs. But then also, I suggest putting in quite a lot of feed as well, even red runners, stuff like that. Even if your female isn't eating them, because then she knows as well as that there's food around, so she can feed her babies.
So even if you feed a gravid female and you go to feed her and she doesn't want to take the feed, you just leave the feed in with her.
Yeah, as long as it's a prey item that's not going to bite her. So obviously, no crickets or locusts. So if you just drop a couple of dubias in there, so she knows that there's food around, because you got to remember a lot of spiders will go through the seasons, and when they drop their egg sacs is towards the end of a rainy season 9 times out of 10. And you know what happens after the rain? Insects and small vertebrates and what have you absolutely explode into breeding. So if you can simulate the same type of thing at home as well, then obviously it relaxes the tarantula a bit more.
I suppose in a way that would be dependent on the species as well. So.
Oh, she got a cute doggy.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, she's really small.
Jim's Weekly, yes it is. So Hadley answering messages on his messenger, right? And his internet, where he lives right out in the sticks, so his internet's absolutely appalling. But what he's doing at the moment is what I mentioned earlier with fantastic tarantulas. He's doing a competition where you have to get his stickers. He will send you the stickers out, put them over your nipples, and take a picture of you topless with his stickers on your nipples, and then you get entered into the competition. Am I doing it? Yeah, I'm getting my moves out. Most definitely. Spider Sister, I'm not sure if you saw this. I didn't hear it, but molting question. Do all teas lay down a molting mat? How long does the molt take for juveniles? Yeah, I've had like my LP took 4 hours. But then others tarantulas that I've had have taken up to 24 to 48 hours to molt. My GBB, she didn't lay down a mat. My Encromatus, she didn't have a mat. The Bumba Kabloka also didn't lay a mat. But the rest did. Just give me 1 second, because Hadley's messaging me going, where's the link for this live?
Plus also, some tarantulas actually lay down on a molt mat and don't molt on the molt mat.
Louis B says, what's your opinion on handling? Okay, so as you know, I'm a little bit outspoken, and I always have controversial views. My views on handling, I don't do it. They're not an animal. They're not a cuddly animal. They're not wanting to be picked up. They need a surface to walk on. That is literally all they get out of it. And more importantly, if you drop a tarantula from as little as 1 inch, it can kill them. If they get cut, yeah, they're more than likely to bleed out. So my advice is don't. Plus you're handling spiders, especially on something like YouTube. Children can be watching. They could possibly go and pick up a P Metallica or something and get whacked by it. So I'd rather just not promote handling. But yeah, like I said, more importantly, it's too dangerous to the spiders, I think. I know a lot of people do handle, and it is literally one of those subjects that literally split people. It's like Marmite, isn't it? I know one of my closest friends. I'm not going to mention her name, but she'll know who she is. She lets her kids handle New Worlds, but she has phenomenal amounts of experience. But I wouldn't do it.
One thing
I've had
as
to
well
once
is
because I see lividum come flying out the enclosure and sat in the back of my hand.
one thing as well is
Louis, that's it.
Don't handle avicularia because they can actually jump more than 1 inch onto a different service as well.
Okay, so most tarantulas, if they want to, can jump. Some are more keen to. And this is because tarantulas work. Their muscles they haven't got muscles, so their legs work on a hydraulic system. So if you can imagine a hydraulic system releasing all that pressure all in one go, any tarantula, any spider can jump. So it's handling for me, especially with the kids, is just a no. Jim's Wee Beasties. I'll see if I can find the post game, but seen a short vid on Insta where a woman visits a place and they let her handle a P Metallica. I'm not going to go over that because I'm just not going to promote that or talk about it. I just don't think it should. Exactly, moon over Miami. It's like fish. You don't handle fish. You buy fish, you put them in water, and you sit back and watch them just feed them. It's the same thing with most of the inverts. Would you handle a centipede? No, you wouldn't. So why are you handling a spider?
I've used that same analogy trying to explain to people why I like, they don't understand why I like spiders so much. And I'm like, well, you sit there with $1,000 of fish in your fish aquarium. You don't touch them, but you love them, don't you? I was like, then don't judge me for loving my spiders. I don't handle them unless it's necessary to. Now, I have a couple of times, don't get me wrong. I'm guilty of holding a couple of AVICs when I first got them, but I'll only hold them if it stops them from falling or if they run off when you got the enclosure open. But no, I don't condone holding them at all, period.
Spider Mom, how many times has your AVIX scared you because they've jumped?
I've had one, the one we had about 4 years ago. His name was Chad. Yeah, he was quite the jumper. Yeah. Several times.
Radio podcast says no salt water tank owners do handle and play with their fish. Not all the time, but they do. Also, some species of freshwater you can play with them. I saw a pic of a kid that went to sleep with his pet goldfish. It died, funny enough. Yeah. Now going back to the fish handling, obviously that's a no. It's always been a no because of their slime and what have you. But I had a flower horn. You put your hand in the water, it would come up to me and put what the flower horns are. They're a hybrid fish, and in places like China and Japan, if you get certain ones, they're highly sought after, really, really valuable. But they're absolutely bonkers. They've got a thing. It's called a cock, but it's KOK, and it's a big ball that sits on their head, massive. And mine used to come up with that, and then rub it against my hand. It used to do somersaults around my hand, and it used to jump out of the water, touch my hand, and go back in. It was absolutely amazing fish. But in general, yeah, you don't touch fish. Spider Sister said, agreed on no handling, no matter what my friends say. They're not mammals who enjoy it. It just stresses them out mostly. Oh, yes. It is. Yes, man over Miami's got it bang on. It's for the likes and the views. I'm certainly not prepared to do something stupid for likes and views. It's just not happening.
But when it comes
Harrops,
to the world,
they're amazing. The flower ones are amazing.
For people who don't know, if somebody's just getting into the hobby and they see somebody holding a P Metallica, oh, let me do this. I don't know. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. I'm sorry. You can, whatever.
People just assume. Scott Salomon Adventures, don't put stuff like that, mate.
I think the only thing I'm really guilty of is, like, especially with my Avec Purple Group, she lives right at the top, so if she does a wander, my hand's like there to stop her wandering. Like, it's instinct, not that I want her to be on me, it's just I don't want her to wander.
Oh yeah, that's different though.
Louis B, hi Scott, I'm a beginner keeper. What places would you recommend to buy from? Louis, are you in the UK to start with? If you're in the UK, then I can certainly tell you where I go, and I've had extremely positive experiences with. If you're in the US, then Spider-Man can probably tell you where to go. Yeah, brilliant. The Spider Shop is my #1 go-to, as well as fantastic tarantulas. The Spider Shop with Lee Arden runs that. He is a really, really nice guy. You can inbox him, message him. He will help you out every step of the way. They've also got enclosures that will go with your spiders, as well as they do beginner boxes. They do New World boxes. They do all sorts. Check out the Spider Shop website. The more rarer species, fantastic tarantulas. Hadley Davis is the owner. Hadley will also help you out every single step of the way. But yeah, they're the two main ones. For things like millipedes, centipedes, and other inverts, then it's Venomous Visions. And Tony Webb from Venomous Visions is fucking amazing guy. Mark the Spider Guy. Right, guys, I'm going now. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Thank you, Mark, for joining us. Thank you for staying with us for so long. Really appreciate it, Mark. Thank you, mate. See you next time, fella. Was gutted that Spider World is no longer sending to the UK. Boy, creepy. Is creepy off? Oh, no, I'm reading that wrong. Sorry. Exotic Podcast says Spider-Man studying at the zoo and was cleaning the Metallica enclosure. Totally my fault. Funny story with that.
That sucks. Oh, I can't imagine.
Louis B, if you want any more advice on where to go, if you drop Scott's Inverts a message on Facebook or Scott's_Inverts on Instagram, I'll quite happily help you out and put you in touch with some amazing people. Right, okay. Hopefully this works.
Ellie's playing with the kittens.
Yeah.
No, Ellie's gone to play with the pussies.
Because it looks like she's got no trousers on.
Look, she ain't got no trousers on, and she's actually bent over the settee playing with the pussy.
Even though she's on stream, she just can't help it.
She just doesn't care. She
looks like Jester's underpants. She's
right.
just underpants.
Let me just get somebody else in that I want to chat with for a little bit. And there's Mr. Fantastic himself from Fantastic Tarantulas. If you don't know who this guy is.
Hello, Hadley.
Hey, Hadley.
If you don't know who he is, and you ain't got a clue. This guy breeds some exceptionally rare species and is literally bringing them all into the hobby. What's the comp then, Hadley? I've mentioned it a little bit.
I can't see very well.
Open your eyes.
What?
Well, Hadley, this is the guy that's also sponsored my last competition. Go for it, Hadders. What's the guano?
Yeah, cool. What's the what?
What's happening with the nipple competition?
With the tits. Yeah, tits everywhere. Yeah, it's blown out now. I've been on it all night. I've had to Photoshop women's tits all night because they can't do it themselves. And, you know, it's been a bit of a chore, to tell you the truth. So, yeah, it's been pretty good. I wasn't expecting it to.
Can I just say one thing to Hadley? Congratulations on the brew. Have you heard
Hadley.
that?
Hadley.
Anybody wants to get the tits out, just private message me and I'll send you the logo. And just put your nipples up for Facebook.
It's enough for you.
It all goes on Facebook, and it is all for a competition, not for Hadley's pervertness.
Hadley, congratulations on the brew.
Mate, you know.
Hadley, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, 100 quid anyway, the prizes.
Is it?
£100. You guys got the best tits, yeah.
We were just talking about the feather technique, and nobody believes it.
The feather technique, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, I use, for breeding, I use 2 marabou feathers on the end of a piece of split cane. And I find it works brilliant for breeding spiders. You can rub the feathers in the female's webbing to start with, which because the fibers on the feathers are so fine, they pick up all the pheromones. And when you put that into the male's enclosure and give it a bit of a swish about, touch the male with it, the pheromones go on the male, so he actually gets excited before he's actually got into the female's enclosure. You can use it to move him up the side of the tank into her enclosure. I've had male spiders even trying to pair with the feathers because the pheromones are on them, you know. And yes, brought me great success. And I'm the only person in RB that does it. So yeah, something I just made.
Can I just say one thing to Hadley? Can I just say one thing to Hadley? Congratulations on the breeding successfully of the brew.
The brew pairs, yeah, brilliant, yeah. Well, it was successful, but the nymphs are very, very, very delicate, fragile things. I had 2 sacks. It was probably about 400 plus nymphs there, and I ended up with 47 spiderlings.
Oh,
so, yeah. But a lot of it was due to the way they were incubated. I had them over. I had stockings over water in a cup, which normally with the Asian stuff, that's fine. But going forward now, I've changed to a square cricket box with damp tissue on the sides.
Yeah. You learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, more of a inside of a burrow type thing, you know. So I think all my fossorial Asian species from now I'm going to incubate like that. So
wouldn't it be with the burrow? Would it be more like leave them with the parent kind of thing?
Well, that's another thing as well. All the other breeders that are breeding them have all had the same problem with the nymphs dying. And we've all come to the conclusion they'd probably be better off 7 weeks with the mother. Do you know what I mean?
Literally hatching out with the mother.
Sorry?
Literally hatching out with the mother.
Yeah, I don't know about hatching out with the mother. No, you're probably better off pulling it as they're darkening nymphs. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
Because when you got 200 or 300 spiderlings, sometimes they can have 400 spiderlings. You know, when you got 400 spiderlings running around, you know, in an enclosure, it ain't fun trying to catch it. And the spiderlings are very small. Also, I actually sent 2 out I sent a load out yesterday, yeah, but 2 of them tried to climb through the little hole that I put in the top of the shipping vial and got stuck and died.
Oh,
You know, and it wasn't a big hole, so you can just imagine any holes in the enclosure that you've got, you're going to have spiderlings everywhere all over your room. So, you know, unless you know exactly when it's going to hatch, you'd need to put a big stocking around it, wouldn't you? Or you know, so
yeah.
it's just a pain.
Let me just say that obviously, I mean, I know Hadley personally, right? And he is one of the nicest guys, again, that you could meet. He is so open with telling you how he's bred stuff. But I've been to his spider room and everything, and I mean, absolutely everything is recorded. It is absolutely amazing. Molts, absolutely everything. The way he does it is absolutely methodical.
Yeah, you got to keep on top of it, though, haven't you? So, you know, got to write it all down.
I have got one problem, though, Hadley.
Yeah. Well, you haven't
I don't know where it's gone.
He wants the kebab. Scott wants the kebab.
I don't know where it's gone, right, Adders? I don't know where it's gone, but my pickle's disappeared. I haven't ate it, promise.
Your pickle?
Yeah.
Perhaps Tara's in it.
I'd like to say I put it in sandwiches, but I didn't. I ate it all with a spoon. Hadley's mum does this pickle, and she gave me some last time I was up there, and my God, does that woman know how to make pickle?
You ate it all, that's what it is.
Yeah, Hadley, you guys could make millions off that. I mean, I love my pickle, and I really, really love pickle. But his mum smashes it. I don't know what she does to it to make it different, but my word, it's banging.
Yeah, it's like that up here, mate. We just smash everything we do, you know.
Yeah,
has to be done. You know, go big or go home.
Yeah,
that's life.
Yeah,
it was. So
it was a privilege seeing all your spiders.
But it's been insane tonight.
Amazed.
Isn't it? God, that fucking post was insane, man. It was an honour you being here, mate. Sorry, I couldn't have gone to Denmark on holiday. You could fed them all for me.
I know, yeah. Well, I did. Well, next time you go to Denmark, I'll quite happily come up to yours and feed all your spiders for you.
Appreciate that, mate. Yeah.
Hadley, can I just ask you a question? If I was to get a breed, if I was to get a couple of slings of the brute, when would they actually be coming to sexual maturation?
Probably around 2 years, I would imagine, from slings.
2 years from slings.
2 years from slings. Yeah, the male. You'd have to hold the male back. You can keep the slings. They like it quite hot. You can keep them at 27 degrees all day long. They like it hot.
But once you find out one of the slings is male, then you need to keep them back.
Just put it on the bottom shelf and keep it about 20 degrees, 21 degrees, and feed it every 28 days or 30 days.
So it's not the same as any other male, you know, like
basically, yeah. I mean, they can, you know, they can. You can do all you want, but they can still mature way early. Like just some spiders mature earlier than others of the same species, you know. So it's not 100%. So
I know, Hadley, you've been in the hobby what? Nearly 2 years.
3 years.
Nearly 3 years. Bloody hell! And what would you say your most the most
biggest accomplishment
you've had?
Biggest achievement.
The most like achievement you've made through breeding. Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Well, I've had a few UK firsts. So first one I had was Harpactor SP Black. That's the first time it was ever bred in the UK. Second time in Europe. Caledonia, obviously, I was the first one to breed Caledonia in the UK, and still only the only person at the moment. People are still trying, but I think probably they'll crack it this year if they get it right.
Hadley, have you got the other two species to the Tarantula? I know you had the. I know you had.
Do you know what? I bought 10 Curamim to sell on my site, and I sold 6 of them. Yeah, I thought I'll keep 4 back, and the 4 of them died.
Oh, did you get the other? Did you get any of the other ones?
No, Costia, no, I've not got them. No,
I've
I've learnt my lesson a bit from buying slings. Of these species, I think what I'm going to do, like I did with the Caledonia,
you'd rather spend the extra money to get.
There'll be females about soon. Like next year, I reckon there'll be females to buy. So I reckon, and I've got. I know a guy. You know what I mean? You got to know these people. I know a guy, so hopefully, I'll get an adult female before any of the slings are being grown to adults. And breed them as well, you know what I mean? But I've got plans.
What was your mistake with the Costies then?
I don't know. I really don't know. I kept them the same way as Caledonia, and maybe the substrate I had in it was a little bit. It was a bit different, sort of dried out a bit too quick.
Yeah.
Even though they need to be kept pretty dry, you know, you still need some sort of moisture in the substrate to give a little bit of humidity.
What's the geographic with the Costies and the Caledonia?
They're all over Brazil, all in different places. The Caledonia are in the Bahia area and the Atlantic rainforest coast on the Atlantic side. Curamim are a lot further down, going towards the bottom of the Amazon. Costia are all the way over near the Colombian border. There's actually a good YouTube video called Tarantula genus, which if you search for it, you've seen it, haven't you, Scott? If you search for it on YouTube, it shows you all the 5 species of Tarantula on there. So,
I know there's only 3 at the moment in the hobby, but are the other 2 in the hobby?
Yeah, they'll be in the hobby. Yeah. But like a lot of these species, they're being kept back. You know, bred, and the spiderlings kept back again as well. You know, just to keep the prices as they are. You know, high. And stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave you for 5 minutes while I go and use the little boy's tosh room and have a cigarette. I'll be back in literally about 5 minutes.
I thought he was going to say something else.
Drinking Yorkshire tea. Drinking Yorkshire tea, mate.
Yeah, right through you.
Goes right through, mate. The other the type of Lucania that you had on your site, I'm quite surprised at the price that you were selling them at. It was quite cheap compared to what the T. Caledonia used to be a year ago.
Yeah. Well, they're not as colourful, are they, Caledonia?
No, they've got their pinks, they've got their blues.
Yeah, they're not quite to sought after,
but it's the other one.
They're not.
What's the other one?
Quite Caledonia. You know, I mean, Caledonia was £500 when they first come out.
What's the other type of Lucania that's also in the hobby? What's the other one?
Costia.
Yeah,
Costia.
They're the ones with the Costia. They're the one with the bright pink.
Costia.
They're the ones with the bright pink diamonds going down the back, ain't they? Did you hear me, Hadley?
Curamim.
Oh, cool. Yeah, they're the
Pyramid.
ones with the bright pink
Pink
diamonds going down their back, ain't they?
or something. They're a stunning species. Hi, Tara. Hello. You all right?
Hello.
Yeah, you.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah,
Good.
chilling out. Yeah, a bit of a manic evening with a titty post and that like. So yeah, only I could do that.
Hadley.
couldn't
Hadley, what
Oh, no,
else do you do with your
I was laughing my head off.
Yeah, go on.
Hadley, what else do you do with your life other than tarantulas? Do you work, or
No,
is tarantula your full time
just
hobby?
tarantulas, and tarantulas.
Tarantulas.
Yeah, and tarantulas. Yeah. So
what did you do when you figured out that you didn't want to work no more and you wanted to focus into tarantulas? Is that what you did?
well, I sort of I was living up in Newcastle and I finished with my girlfriend.
I live in Newcastle.
Do you? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I moved from there, moved to Bishop Auckland. And
Are you from Newcastle?
No. What with my accent?
Whereabouts in Newcastle did you live?
Let me think. I'm trying to think of the name. I can't think. Let me tell you the truth. I couldn't think. I used to live in a flat up, where all the bikes are, the bike shops.
No.
In the city centre, where all the bikes, there's a big road that goes up a hill.
Oh, so you lived in the city centre.
And there's loads of bike shops either side.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was any one where I lived. But I did live in a couple of other places. I forgot the postcodes and that now, I tell you.
Well, you were up here. You weren't too far from me last summer when you come up and met Nikki.
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't far from a lot of people from the tarantula community when you come up and met. Is it Nikki Jordan? You come up and met.
It's my internet, mate. It's crap.
Yeah, it's a bit.
I live in the country.
It's a bit
I'm only on
puffy.
about 3 megabytes a second. Up here. It's crap, mate. Really bad.
Hey.
Yeah.
So
Hadley.
basically,
Carry on.
if you're in the UK, check out fantastictarantulas.com. Is it .com or .co.uk?
.com.
.com. And what's the Facebook page?
The Tarantula Pimp.
Oh yeah.
But I'm going to change it to Titty-tastic now, I think. Yeah.
Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Let me fantastic.
Yeah.
Mr. Boom Boom.
Hadley,
Fantastic.
can you not get fantastic tarantulas back?
Bag.
Can you not get fantastic tarantulas back?
Could you put 2 forks?
What, the Facebook page?
Yeah.
No, they won't. I've tried. They won't let me do it.
Whether or not.
I even tried to do another one just called Fantastic. No, the second one was fantastic.com, but they took that off as well. So
Bloody hell. Facebook are cracking down, ain't they?
I reckon somebody will grasp me up. My page that I've got, the transcript. Yeah, I've not really got that much interest in it, you know what I mean? Because I have to keep going on, logging out of the one account, back into the other account. and then putting this on, and then I got to go back onto my other account, log out, and then say my messenger and all that's a pain in the ass it is. So,
have you not got it set as that you're a seller?
Yeah.
Ladders.
Yeah.
If next time I'm up, if I film all these slings and do a video and say how much each one are, you can then literally just put that video out there on Facebook and nobody can say shit.
No. That'd be good.
Or if you set your own YouTube channel up, you could do it as well instead of.
Yeah. I need some more time to tell you the truth, mate.
Hi, James.
Oh, that pet page is in the house. Hi, James.
Hey, James.
Hi, James.
Right, guys, as Scott's
Hi,
back.
James.
What, Ellie?
I said, as you're back now, I'm leaving your.
No.
All right, my lovely. Thank you, Ellie. You've literally been here nearly 4 hours.
Hi, Ellie.
See you all later.
Hold on.
Ellie.
See you later.
Hold on. Night, Ellie.
Night. Bye.
See you, Ellie. Bye now.
See you later.
Don't forget your photograph tomorrow.
I will do the photo tomorrow, no problem.
Good.
Right now.
Lovely.
Hadley's going to be walking around with his right arm like this.
No, it's not like that, Scott.
Hadley's phone tomorrow is going to be going.
It's not like that, mate. It's not like that.
I know it ain't.
Fantastic tarantula stickers where they should be stuck.
Yeah.
I thought you meant you wanted to throw it.
All the women wanted the guys to do an ass shot with stickers on your ass, so you got that to come. Because they said it's not really fair. It's not really fair that guys are sticking stickers on their nipples, really, for guys. You know what I mean? So they said they wanted either 2 stickers on the arse, or you've got to make a fantastic tarantula sticker tube.
Or a cock in a sock. Or a cock in a sock with a fantastic sticker.
There you go, yeah.
I think if it was going to be, the arse, we'd have to go into like widescreen.
Yeah, well, I was saying this to Caroline before.
I don't think you.
She said my tits are too big to take a picture of. I said, well, take a picture of each one and make a collage.
Oh my God.
But I've literally been sending messages out to women tonight saying, get your tits out. Stick them.
Exotics Radio Podcast. Hiya. We're not perverts, promise. It is a competition Hadley's running over in the UK to win £100 worth of spiders, which involves you taking a picture of yourself topless with his stickers over your nipples.
Yeah, it's called the Titty-tastic Challenge.
The Titty-tastic Challenge, oh my God.
Right. Hadley, you need to send me some more stickers, man. I'll send some. Yeah. I need some more stickers.
Do you? Okay, send me a PM, mate, and I'll send you some. Yeah. But you don't need to use stickers. We've got my digital logo that you just Photoshop onto your picture. So, but I'll send you some stickers anyway.
I've got some stickers, so you just send that the digital thing over. I've already got some of your stickers anyway. So
yeah. Okay, there you go. Look, see, and then get your tits out. Yeah.
Yeah, I got my tits out.
Stick some logos on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do.
Yeah. And then when I've got all the entries in, I'll do a post with a picture of each person, like you do with a banner comp. Yeah. And there's no names on it because there's quite a few people that are anonymous because they don't want the names to, because they've got families and all that sort of stuff. And then people just vote for the best picture, and whoever wins £100 in spiders.
Is it 18 plus?
Hey?
Is it 18 plus?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah.
I've got something in the mind.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. But I'm gonna get off. I need to go to the toilet, make a coffee, and it's good to meet you all. Yeah, and I'll
It's good to
see you
meet
later.
you.
Hadley.
Take care, yeah.
Make a coffee. It's bedtime, Hadley. It's bedtime.
Fucking
No
decaf.
coffee at this time.
See you later,
Decaf.
Haggers.
See you later, yeah.
Decaf's all right.
See you later, bitches.
Thanks, Pokemon.
Oh, it got close in on me. Ugh. That was pretty cool. I follow him, but I haven't actually spoken to him, so that was pretty neat. Yeah.
He is
So,
a lovely bloke.
do you reckon me on all fours, right, with Hadley's labels as my nipples, with a horse coming in on behind me? Do you reckon that would win me first prize?
No.
I get you banned from everywhere.
I think I made Scott choke on his dinner.
Yeah, you did.
I've had dinner. Yeah, I'm just fat, so I'm eating again.
Is that a microwave dinner?
No.
No. Not a microwave dinner. You're not a single guy, so you're all right.
It's
Me,
pasta.
I haven't eaten.
Just have hot water.
Single guy's dinner again.
Yep.
But you're not single.
Nope.
We don't do microwave dinners in this house. Not
You
even
heard
for the kids.
Turkey dinosaurs and chips and beans.
No, it's a full Sunday dinner every day, isn't it?
Yeah, I have a lot of roast dinners.
I'd love turkey dinosaurs, chips and beans.
I cook a lot like pasta, spaghetti bolognese, that type of stuff.
Gordon Ramsay, are
Oh yeah, Jamie Oliver, he's younger.
I actually heard Tara laughing in the background, so I don't think you are.
Well, you know how Gordon Ramsay tells all his cooks off quite verbally.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tara likes it.
Yeah, you didn't tell her off about her dinner, would you? Or she wouldn't get another one again. It'd be in a dog.
He would. Do you know why? Because I'm making him fat so no one else wants him.
Hey, if he's hanging around with Hadley, he'll be down at gym soon.
He won't.
Never again. I did that like.
He'll be lifting that weight that Hadley's been lifting lately.
No, I did more, mate, when I was training.
Was that?
I was a big boy, yeah. Took steroids a lot. I was huge.
Yeah,
and an absolute twat. It really did made me into someone I didn't want to be as well. I'll tell you that.
Women men the same.
Yeah. I was bench pressing 160 kilogram. Like it was nothing. Leg pressing just ridiculous amounts. Well, I was like literally going to the gym every single day. My arms were like this. I've got pictures on my Facebook of me like massive. Got an 8-pack, but the thing is, it's like 10 years later, you kind of worry about the damage you've done. You know what I mean?
Especially when you do the
going about it.
I don't think I could go down to the gym again because I'd be too tempted to do the same thing.
I'm natural. Hang on. I'm natural bodied guy. And it's like people look at me like, How long have you been going to the gym for? Never. Never been to the gym in my entire life. Are you seriously? Yeah. I've never been to the gym. Well, why don't you start going to the gym? I'm like, because it's never crossed my mind. I've been to the gym before, but I've never stuck at it because I've never had the gym partners to actually keep it going. But if I had the gym partners to keep it going, then I would have done.
The gym I went to, it was like you either got big or you went to a different gym. Everybody in there was big, so even if you didn't go with anybody, somebody was always there to help spot you.
Was that
my
Pure
Polish
Gym?
friend? No, not Pure Gym, mate. We used to go Split the Sword as proper gym.
What, down on Fossil Road?
You used to
Down
go
the back
Capital.
alley. Capital.
No, Capital. Bad boy
What,
gym, mate.
on Capital on Fossil Road?
No, Longford Road.
Longford Road, yeah. The one by the church. Is that the one by the church?
Yeah. Got the boxing ring out the back, MMA, everything. But yeah, I used to train with a Polish lad. He used to bench 5 plates aside, which is he used to bench 210 kilograms. Took 3 of us to spot him.
Was his name Christoph?
It actually was, yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably know him.
This is like 10 years ago. The amount of steroids that man took, I'd be surprised if he's still around. But
was he bald-headed?
No.
No.
Have you seen Ronnie Coleman lately?
No.
Famously used to leg press half a ton, and now he's in a wheelchair because of the damage he's done to his back.
I know my best mate can leg press half a ton.
Yep, at the moment. Wait till he's older.
Oh no, he's not done it again. But he did it just to show off, because I could only leg press 240, and he did that on one leg, 240 on one leg, and then he was like, right, let's max out the machine, and it was near, I think it was like 440 the machine was. And
you do it on one leg. The leg press is you've got a big plate and you sit back with your legs going up.
Yeah, he did it with he did what I lifted in 2 legs on one leg. He lifted 220 on one leg, and then he lifted half a ton. Near enough I think it was 440 on 2 legs. Him and his mate.
Okay.
At Capital Gym.
Jim's wee beasties off. Just got off right there. Thought B Homari was in a death curl. Little cowbag. Just kidding me. Hello, Al. Nothing wrong with her. Thank you for popping in, Jim, and spending so much time with us. Really, really do appreciate it. And we shall see you on the next one.
So how long you keeping the tash for anyway, Scott?
I'm just going to grow it and grow it. It's making people smile. So I'm just going to keep it.
You're not going to grow it. You're not going to grow the beard back.
I might do. I don't know. I don't. You know what I'm like. I just change it every couple of months. I might shave my hair off again. Tara wants me to have the mohawk back. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm enjoying it.
Your hair's like mine. It's like you got a bit in the middle, and that's about it. But I'm gonna have to. But I'm gonna have to go because my battery's empty and it's got 30 seconds left. So I'm gonna have to say goodbye, and I'll catch you guys again later.
All right, cheers, Rob. Thank you very much for joining. See you.
Have a good one. Battery flow.
Exotics Radio Podcast. I'm going to be closing the stream in a couple of minutes because it's midnight over here, and I've got to get up for work at 7 in the morning.
My husband said bye, Rob.
No, actually. We'll get Exotics Radio podcast on, but literally it won't be for very long, I'm afraid, because it's getting quite late over here.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I have Exotics Radio. I've sent you the request, but literally it will be like, hello, see you later. Jim's wee beasties. I'm not allowed to shave my beard because the wife says I look younger than her when I'm clean shaven. Tara, when I shaved this bit off, she was not impressed. Really not impressed.
Definitely. Not.
But I think she understands that it's just about making people smile. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, I know. I have the same problem when he's clean shaven. My daughter even said, "Well, he looks too young for you, Mom." I'm like, "What?" She did. I was like, "Wow, thanks, honey." It has been fun hanging out. It's been a lot of fun tonight, Scott. I needed this.
Is there an age gap between you both?
I'm 18 days older than him.
Is that it?
That's it.
We're the same age. We're not.
I was about to say, do you have the same birthday? That would be wild.
No. Tara's 29.
Okay.
So she's a lot younger. I'm 12 years younger. What did he say?
He said, "Did you see that look on his face?" And he busted out laughing. You talking about? Yeah. He was watching you. He's watching you and Tara in there on the TV in there, and he was busted out laughing.
Oh. Tara, thank you very much, because that extra hours means everything to me, because it's one step closer to the monetization.
Yeah. Yeah. He's not. He's taking a shine to a lot of y'all tarantula YouTubers, even though I'm the one that mainly takes care of the tarantulas, but he's taking a shine to y'all. I like that.
Tell him he'll have to come on the next live stream.
Yeah, I'll tell him. Or he can hear you.
I think he just heard.
Yeah. You've got to come on the next live stream. Mr. Yeah, Spider Dad, 1978.
Do what? He said, "I will." I think people like to talk to him because he's got a more southern drawl than I do. They get a kick out of his voice. Yeah, okay, honey.
So, California, would that be Southern America then? South America?
California? No, that's on the west coast of the United States.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Wow, I mean, I'm just looking at America on the map now. When you look at it compared to Britain, we are literally just a tiny little dot.
Right? But
wow. It is crazy, isn't it?
But all the parts of the UK, you would think it is like freaking massive. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
Because
I get what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah. We have the 50 states, but I don't. What do you call your little? You don't call them states, do you? What do you call them over there? Just
counties. Yeah. And like the cities and the towns and everything are in different counties.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had Lake Superior, one of the Great Lakes, is Probably bigger than the UK, honestly.
By far, yeah. Get Radio, Exotics Radio podcast on for the last couple of minutes.
No.
No. Hello.
Ta-da!
Hello, you all right?
Hello. Oh, I got a little bit of lag. Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I never compared the. I never looked at the size of the UK to see how big it was.
Well, we got the world map right in the hanging up in the living room, honey.
Yeah, I ain't never paid attention. I just ain't compared sizes.
Yeah.
Are you allowed guns in your state?
Oh yeah, I got one I carry every day.
Yeah.
Man, now you're making me jealous. What have you got?
I got a hello. I got a Glock 43. I carry on the. I got a concealed carry permit. Let me get in front of this camera, and I carry it on my hip every day, everywhere I go.
I think we should do the same in the UK. We should have a right to protect our property and ourselves.
Oh, that's good. Everybody should have a right to do it.
But it's the laws and the legislation over here is just ridiculous. But
yeah, you got to get a permit to carry concealed, and you can get permits to buy in North Carolina anyway. It's different in every state, but to buy a pistol, you have to have a purchase permit from your sheriff. And rifles, you can just go. You just got to fill out FBI paperwork that says that you ain't been convicted of any kind of like federal stuff. Yeah. They're more lenient on long guns here than they are pistols.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
In Sweden, we have to belong to a pistol club and a right to even shoot a fire up a hunting rifle, so we know how to handle the women.
Yeah. And
I've got one AR-15 assault rifle. That's the only long gun I have in the house. The others are all pistols, semi-automatic. I got one revolver, a Ruger 357 stainless steel. And I bought
Jim's Beast is just said, if somebody breaks into our house in the UK, right, and we harm them, then we go to jail for it.
What?
And different states here, most here they have a thing called castle doctrine. Like Florida is a stand your ground. If you feel your life is threatened in any way, you can shoot them on the spot. And here, castle doctrine is if somebody crosses your threshold of your door, no questions asked, you have a right. If they even come in your car, put their hand in your car door, and you feel you're threatened at all, you can shoot them on the spot and no prosecution. Allegedly.
If somebody broke into my house, they would be buried in the garden, so they couldn't tell anybody. I wouldn't think
right. The minute somebody crosses your door and you don't, and you're knowingly there to commit a felony or a crime, and they're not. Someone just can't come in your house you just don't like, and they're you let them come in there. If they can prove that, you're probably going to go to prison. But if they come in and you're unexpected or whatever, and you don't know who they are at night, you don't have to answer any questions as far as you shooting them.
If I thought any of my family were being threatened, if the thought Tara was being threatened, then I wouldn't listen to. I wouldn't listen to the law.
That's right.
Wouldn't want to, but I wouldn't have. I don't think I'd have any doubts if it meant us or them.
Is it exotic?
Definitely.
Oh, good.
Is that thing zoomed in?
No, it changes depending on how many people are on the camera.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happened to exotics. I heard her for a second.
Oh, I'm just quietly listening. I didn't want to interrupt when people.
Oh no, sorry.
I didn't know anybody was there.
Yeah, she's.
Come on in. I need to get another chair.
What's been going on in exotics?
Nothing much other than I fed and watered everybody for the first time since my issue with my neighbor upstairs. So, So everybody's doing okay. I've got slings that were usually the size of a grain of sand. They're now growing, so I don't need my glasses to see them anymore. Which is kind of a relief at that point. Other than that, nothing much. Just doing some pet portraits. As you guys know, that's kind of my go-to since I can't work at the moment.
Yeah.
The portraits of the animals are absolutely insane. I've seen some of the pictures, really nice.
You haven't really seen much yet. It's just right now I'm how do I put this? I'm sorry, I know English is my first language, but when you speak Swedish all day and then you turn around and stop and think in English, it's a little difficult.
There you go, Rob.
That's not Rob.
I mean, Rob's gone. Scott.
Just put a Glock right in front of my face. Thanks, honey.
I could take that in so many different ways.
I was going to say I could elaborate on that, but I'm not going to do it.
No, you better be. Oh my gosh. Oh Lordy.
No, so I just wanted to come say hi, say hello to everybody.
Hello.
Before they went away.
It's good to hear your voice. I like having a voice to go by now. You sound so sweet.
Oh, shh. My brother sounds like the damn devil.
Oh, it's good to talk to you.
Well, it's a pleasure speaking with you. You had a quick question about the P metallic bite. That was my very first bite. First bad experience with any type of tarantula. It's when I was learning to do a job at the zoo, and during my what you would call a gymnasium. It's when you studied for a particular job here in Sweden. They have something very similar in the UK. I see Scott is playing with a baby.
Tell me about her metallic bite.
Dip the finger in the pasta sauce and then.
So is that like a baby calf? Maybe you stick your finger in a baby calf and they suck on it. Wait till they have teeth.
He's got teeth. He's got 4, and he don't half go for it when he chews on your finger.
Got another 3 coming through.
You should be asleep. What's going on? He said, "Well, I want to be on my dad's live stream, so I've stayed up."
Oh my goodness!
Absolutely.
I was just wondering, like, what was the experience like as far as like the side effects, or I mean, I get you didn't do it out of just trying to show off. I understand that it happened. I was just kind of wondering.
Oh yeah. Well, first of all, when you get first bit, you're kind of like, did I just get bit? Because the adrenaline hits you really quick, so you don't feel anything.
Right.
And then, at that point, you have to stop and think before you want to panic, because you've just been bitten by an old world. Close the enclosure, make sure they're okay. And this was a colony. This was a communal on top of that. And she had been, we had introduced, because we were growing our colony, and we'd introduced her, and she became the dominant female and had started to become notarized to be cannibalistic, so we decided to move her later. But this is when we were just like, okay, she's doing semi-okay with this, and people don't understand when there's a zoo. You have to clean the enclosures every day, and that stresses tarantulas out. As we are tarantula keepers, we don't wash the glass every day. We, I know it's gross to see poop on the side of the glass, and you're just like, but it's something we live with.
Yeah.
With the zoos, people don't pay to see that. With zoos, they pay to see into the enclosure and see this beautiful setup, and so they don't understand how stressful that is for this animal. So not only is she going through that on a daily basis, I go in there with a toothbrush and I'm scraping off, or not scraping, but brushing off the cork bark that has some poo in it, because this is a communal, remember?
Mm-hmm.
So my friend had called my name, so I turned my head to talk to them. Well, I knew she was up in the corner. I didn't really ensure that she was in with everybody else. Everybody else was like hiding and trying to stay away from me because I'm big, bad, and I'm screwing up their enclosure. And so I didn't realize if I had talked to them too long or what was going on. So when I turned my head back, she's hovered over my hand. Well, I jerked my hand and she reacted. She got me really good. So you close the enclosure, and again, I didn't feel anything. There was a lot of blood. It was starting to pool. I mean, it was really bad. So a friend of mine took off their work shirt and wrapped around my hand, so I threw my hand up over my head. They set me down, and I would say probably no more than 10 minutes, and I'm getting handed a bucket full of grain. Couldn't find out it was a feeder bucket from the four-wheeler that was going around feeding everybody.
Oh, goodness.
But anyways, yeah, you hurl everything within about the first 20 or so minutes when it finally hits you. And the swelling just keeps going and going and going, and it's just... You ever get a really bad burn?
Mm-hmm.
Try that with a muscle cramp, and that's pretty much what it feels like. It just gets worse and worse as time goes on. There is no relief. They gave me they gave me a shot of antibiotic because they were worried because she was a wild caught and smuggled in, and of course smuggled across our border at that time. So she was they were worried more about that than they were about anything else at that point. And then the swelling just didn't stop, and then they gave me painkillers for the pain because the pain just had me doubled over. And one thing most people don't tell you is that, like, yeah, it's the worst pain. They don't tell you the fluttering of your intestinal walls. Your stomach is tightening because it's your whole body. It's not just the bite site that cramps. It's the whole body. It's the whole arm. The arm goes into the chest. The chest goes into the stomach. So the food has got to go somewhere. So it comes back up. It's a mess. And it's probably one of the worst things that had ever happened to me that I know of. And it was an adventure. I laugh about it now because I was in a hurry. If I had not been in a hurry, made sure she was in her enclosure, it would totally avoided the whole thing. But I was in a hurry and I was being stupid, and so it's completely my fault. And the symptoms lasted for about a week and a half, almost 2 weeks. I visited the hospital twice because the second time the cramping got so bad, it was just really bad. And then they did previous checkups throughout the month. So I had strong symptoms for about a full month. And then for about 4.5, 5 months after that, I'd come down with the occasional migraine, dizziness, the cramping. So it sticks with you.
Yeah.
So it's not a very pleasant situation.
Exotics Radio Podcast?
Yes.
Or ERP? Where do you put your podcasts out? It was just mentioned in the chat.
Okay.
Spotify.
It's Spotify. There's a long story to that. I started off with Podbean. Podbean when it first started, it was really good, and I built a huge, I wouldn't say huge, a sizable audience. Then Podbean, for some strange reason, went downhill really quickly. So I moved my podcast off that, and I'm looking for another platform to do live casts and to post more podcasts. Right now I'm doing private recordings and then editing them and then putting them on Spotify. So so all the stuff that I had from Podbean and the stuff now is on both Spotify and YouTube. So if you just look up Exotics Radio Podcast, you'll
okay. So it is all on YouTube.
It is on YouTube, yes, but not all of the episodes were uploaded to YouTube, which kind of makes me a little sad, but all of the episodes are on Spotify.
Okay, good.
Okay.
And if you guys... Go ahead, sorry.
No, carry on, sorry.
I was going to say, and if you notice, there's only... I've spoken to Scott about this once. There's only one Christmas episode. I got into a little bit of legal trouble. It wasn't on my side, it was their side, but they claimed, and I don't want to throw out names, I don't want that crap. but they had thought that they were the first ones and that there were many copiers, and I'm like, no, and so I had to go through that and prove my point, and they're like, oh, we're sorry, but at that point, Christmas had already passed. So there's only one episode of Christmas. So the next episode will be uploaded fairly soon. It is basically just on pet scams and the stuff we have to deal with as tarantula keepers.
Okay, cool.
Right then, guys, it is 12 over in the UK.
Bedtime for you.
Yeah, I do need to disappear so I can get up for work in the morning. But thank you so much for spending some time with us, and to everybody that's still watching, thank you so much. We had 20 people watching for most of tonight, which is absolutely amazing. So thank you to everybody that's still here. Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you, Exotics Radio Podcast.
Thank you.
We shall,
thanks for having me.
See you again on the next one. Can you tell I'm tired? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hey.